Question mark 27. What the fuck happened between
Todd cannot count.
Todd went into the future. That's what happened.
Yep. Ugh, I need to go get my conversation. You're gay!
Yeah, it takes a no one, fucking angel boy.
Look at your fucking dress.
What does Ains have to do?
I don't know. Here's a dress. Fuck you.
Pelham Blast! Get shit on, Doppel! Alright, let's see. I completely forgot my voice mod. Whoopsie. That could have been bad. But motherfucker. Stupid fucking... Stop giving me updates, Steam. I don't need to know who's playing Elden Ring. What the fuck? Why am I stuttering? What is killing me? Something on here is. Or is it my own fucking... I left too much on my computer.
Actually, that's another good question. I mean, if I get a rune that might do some type of weird sight thing, then maybe.
Howdy.
But right now, nah.
Good morning.
Yeah,
I mean, if it's been anything, I've been training up my mana vein, and when anybody like with a strong aura fires off in front of me, it kind of makes me sick. The professors have done it.
God.
Yes. I have pants. Oh, well, shorts, if you ask it.
Oh, these are your legs.
Yes, those,
They never slapped first.
Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna
Don't
question
speak
it.
their name. They might
There's
summon
already
you.
two things I'm not gonna question this morning.
What's his name, Jeffrey?
I said today. I
And
was
what's
told
the
to have
second,
a wonderful
Blitz?
day by my sister, and so I shall have a wonderful day. God damn
Jonathan
it!
Jacob.
Are you trying to
Gotta have
ruin
my
the
patience
pipe?
attempted.
Oh,
I gotta be careful.
Jacob it is then. Hello, Jacob.
Now.
There's a scooter far away from pipes.
Oh no, I was just coming to talk to the teacher.
Oh, okay.
It's
Yeah, I
easy
was-
because of the pipes for me.
I tried to increase the
I'm gonna see it this morning.
magic output to my orb that shoots stuff, and it became a ball. I think I put wild magic into
I
it.
have not yet.
Aaronese, are you okay?
Maybe.
Yes? What do you want?
Morning,
Attack
Aaronese.
if this one was being
Ah,
annoying.
there he is.
Get the hang of.
Just your
I've never dabbled with
reading seems like more light than normal.
That's something I was worried about.
Anything important I missed from
Avert your eyes.
Lessons with it for
It's
me.
not my fault.
There was not any classes the past week.
I might send a
Is it fixed?
Understood.
There was interesting turns of circumstance. I am still trying to understand them properly.
Yeah, there you go.
What's the case for
I'm
that?
hungry, but that's not my fault. You shouldn't even need to be able to eat.
Thank you for letting me know.
Yeah.
Of course.
I have a ball.
You're struggling. You're
Oh,
struggling
there
to
we
throw
go.
it.
It's
Oh,
wild
there you
magic
are,
and
morning
it's a little
menace.
difficult.
Let's try harder.
There you go.
Okay, that's a little bit.
Oh, it's gone.
I might have bent it earlier, grabbing it on accident.
I'll go poof.
Oh, little guy. Come join us. I couldn't find you this morning when I came in. Take a seat.
You are fast.
I want to mess with the orb
I'm still distracted then. Alright, good now.
Okay.
That.
Something is killing me. Hello. Yeah, they took my fucking mail. Hold on. I need to do something. Bah. Hold on. There's been a problem with my model. I had to fix it and re-upload. Okay.
I'm sad.
There you are. Everyone's already gathering in the dining hall, grand hall, whatever the fuck it's called.
Damn.
No cavalry clash.
Delayed once. We're getting a bunch of new students, by the way. Which one's the teleport to the fucking dining hall? Oh, it's the dark magenta. That's not the dining hall. Ah.
Even better, because look.
It's supposed the closest I can do with that is my shield. It is similar
Exactly.
now.
Just take your shield and just flail it around your wrist. It's a great way to focus your concentration and focus. Because if you make it a precise point, you have more focus on it. And then
Songbird.
instead of pulling and pushing it away from you.
I was trained to be concerned about like things like that. That's why.
Attempt to simply have it follow my wrist as closely as possible so that I can move it into advantageous positions faster.
I would say you could take your shield right like so. No. If you could take your shield, you can also
If you have a moment after this, I'd like to speak to you.
think of it more like a distance, but more of a
What can I do?
which would save you from
I assume you're busy at the moment, but I would like to speak to you later.
Yeah, they say you have act. And then finger gun.
Sure. Not sure what much help I could be.
If you want, but honestly, it feels like a waste of good perfect.
That's quite possible, but I'd like to ask anyway.
For company.
Stop pointing. Stop pointing.
I was throwing it at you so I can ask nicely not to.
I can wait till after. Assume announcements are going to happen today. I finished.
I can't believe Jacob is still here.
Indeed, announcements will be shortly enough.
Some of the school grounds, I assume.
In that case, I can wait till after. Thank you, Songbird.
Bye bye bye.
Lance, you want a free burnt orange?
Yeah, I guess I did break it.
Hello. Think fast, Chucklefuck.
Good morning.
He caught the burnt
Good morning.
orange! He is the chosen one!
Give it to me! Give it to me! Give it to me!
Oh, my orange! Fuck!
You just beat me to reset me.
You start throwing it at Songbird!
Then I'm pretty sure once you figure out all the places it doesn't go,
take your word for it.
figure out where it does.
I can
That is something you always need to speak to others about.
So far, it's been an uneventful morning.
More was left
I
to
suppose I'm doing as well as can be considered for that.
Soul thing, or...
It's like knowing where you are.
Not even here. It's more so... Before I went on my trip.
Hmm.
With Rich's permission to go in his room, after I learned the first time I can't go in without permission. Well, I'll tell you more
Who's
later.
squeaking at me?
It's there's
Who's
three
that?
people in the same room.
Oh.
So I say,
And I said, show you my familiar.
I haven't.
You have not.
familiar finally.
Hey, come here. Oh yeah, I didn't treat him.
I was in Neptune for a week. It's so tiny.
What did you just do to me?
Yeah, look.
Is that your familiar?
Wiggle! Yeah, it is. He's wiggling.
It is. He is.
Ah.
It's actually wiggling.
I had witnessed that on your shoulder, but I thought it was simply a plush, like your sheep.
I mean, he's made out of a plush.
Hello,
I,
faces.
That makes more sense.
Which familiar type is he?
Faces, not plushy boy.
Attention all students, morning announcement will begin in roughly
Plushy.
2 minutes.
he says he's gonna kill you.
to you again? I wish him good luck on that as a plush.
What did you say its name was?
End up getting destroyed.
Lord of Many Faces. I did not name
The
him.
Lord of Many Faces.
Something. Well,
Yeah,
Bit
that's his
dramatic.
title.
did you get the hexaplush? Fascinating.
He's saying things I should not
Curses do
repeat.
stack.
I see.
Proud of you,
He's one of
Menace.
those, then.
Yeah.
A mischievous creature.
I got better orb.
Yes.
Why is it white?
Very much
Plus, they
more.
already described in the class one of curses and hexes or whatnot.
Yeah, if I were to do hexes and curses, you'd help me with them. That's not why I wanted him, though.
Oh, I understand.
Why did you require this one?
I thought it was interesting, because they said they don't recommend us summoning them, so I wanted to summon it.
That is fair enough.
Yeah, they said it'll try and take over your mind, but it hasn't done that yet.
I believe the form that you have trapped it in is unable to do such a thing. At least until
Oh no, like it's like in my brain type of thing. It doesn't matter what size it is.
So, does it constantly hear your thoughts, Menace?
He's not responding, so probably.
So next
Are
time
you
he's being
speaking
mean
to
you,
him
do me a favor.
through your thoughts?
He doesn't respond to me when I do, so maybe not.
That's good. Worst case, you should take him to one of the piano practices. I'm sure it'll make him feel better.
Perhaps it's something more along familiar connection rather than actual telepathy.
Sounds like they're gonna follow you then.
Maybe.
Hey, I got this.
We know where he is. We know how to get to him.
I'm trying to see if I can get it.
We don't know where he is. It's in the
Yeah, you have to do like here on your hand.
I see that you're wearing your hair down.
It won't go with
Thought
fingers.
so. I figured I'd try though.
There you go, get it. Yeah.
They're paying
I don't believe they heard you.
I befriended one of the spirits.
That is okay. They are witnessing the spirit play with the ball.
I'm still trying to understand how they can manifest so much within the academy.
The man I'm assuming in the buildings.
Not
the
those
barrier
wizards.
outside is
I look, I
enough
got
to
this.
take away from
He says he'll just
especially with the different colored crystals.
Use too much magic. I gotta take it away.
There's no way that they are able to sustain themselves for much longer.
Scream back at him. If he's being too loud, scream louder.
What particular type of familiar did you summon?
Hexapanion.
Remind me of
It's
that.
one of the hex ones
Goodbye, friend.
and curses.
What'd you say your name?
It's one of the cursed ones then.
Yeah.
I mean, most of them are cursed, to be honest.
First one I befriended by dancing at it.
Has he given an explanation for why he's called the Lord of Many Faces?
Not yet.
Oh, the gremlin one.
It's kind of the job that we signed up
It might be an ego booster for him.
It might be.
Something something Pandora something something. I think most of the familiars are from Pandora at this point.
I'm so surprised.
Are you from Pandora?
Perhaps they have entered other crafting contracts and live differently in many of them.
Do you think you could fit him on the paper airplane that you throw around?
Looks
You
like
should
they're
try
about to
that. You
begin.
can go flying.
I'll try it.
Put him in a blender. Perfect.
Be nice.
No, then I'll destroy his...
Not put him in a
I
blender.
resummon him if I do that.
Nice.
Like spin him, like really fast, you know?
Oh, okay, I understand.
Be nice.
Metaphorical, yes.
What is making that noise? Oh, it's one of them.
Spirit. Be nice.
Jumped into my face.
Ow. 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 Stop it.
I was trying to catch you!
Attention all students. Good morning. As some of you, if not all of you, were aware, the Calvary Clash was supposed to be scheduled to be happening today. As of now, it has been postponed for the indefinite future. The reason being, we have recently got news of activity for an upcoming mission to be held next week. So, we'll be taking this opportunity to be sending you in similar squads and teams that you would be in if you were doing the Calvary Clash in order to apprehend this apparent threat that we've been recently called to. Well, we do not know the threat in question as of now. We're still receiving information. The latest we'll be getting is near the end of the day. We do know it's happening somewhere within Zirin. So, this day we will not be having classes, but you'll be having full day preparing for the eventuality of next week. Talk to your professors, get in your squads, talk strategies, talk how you will be grading for the cavalry class, because unlike the cavalry class, this will be real life experience. And we expect you to do your very best and then some. Furthermore, I would also like to put a reminder to some students. I should not be naming names, but it appears someone has been spreading a certain bit of information out to everyone. I would do like to remind people that certain things are supposed to be kept here for the security of the school. I would like to remind everyone that just like how we have guests sign certain things in order to make sure that the security and safety stays, that do applies to you all as well. So keep that in mind when sharing information between everybody. Information is key, but information is also the most powerful tool any enemy can have. With that, morning announcements are over. Be all dismissed and free to do as you please.
Bad choice, actually. I feel a lot of the older students, the rest of the newer ones are unexperienced in terms of practical things.
Hi.
Hello, Songbird.
Hello.
And I'd like to speak to you privately. I'd like to use the cavalry room for this.
Sure, you can talk privately with me.
I'm aware. That's why I'm telling you directly.
That is fine.
Apparently confirming his location.
But she did mark a map on the precise location of where it's supposed to be.
Okay, I'm just asking.
At least what information you can that we've gathered, at least from the last time we dealt with
There, the sending route and everything, alright?
specifically from Zero to Zero.
Going back to Zero, and if I remember right, they mostly had the swordsman.
What do you do around Israel, Songbird? I witnessed you back in the tournament. I'm not sure what you were doing at the time.
I mostly just come out during celebratories.
Where are you other than that?
Depends who I'm with.
What exactly do you mean by who you're with?
Whoever is my assigned caretaker for the day.
I see.
Songbird is transfer between the different council members, although primarily it could be either Oswald or Mika.
I suppose that tracks. When you're out for celebratory events, what function do you perform then?
Oversight and socialization with certain people. Namely, I stay within the residential Mentos's category at least.
I see.
I'll keep an eye on the door in case any other cavalries wander in.
I appreciate that, Virtues. It's actually an event I wanted to ask you about. Specifically, one of the visions involving you. I believe I have sparse details on it, but it is something along the lines of, at least from the victim's perspective, that you were trying to, I believe, protect them when you were knocked to the side and your core fell out. And then they said something along the lines of wrong target.
I
I wanted to
refrain from asking that question. Unless you wish to damage her.
I don't wish to damage her. However, I would like to speak to Kristen.
Well, that is not the key words in order to get her out.
Then what are? If it's not wrong target.
Talk about the spirits, maybe something about the void, Mentos, stuff like that.
I was going to save the vast majority of those questions for after Kristen had surfaced. But I suppose if that helps. I still also have sparse details about where Mentos currently is, along with the location of the void. We also have sparse details about the Lumasi that were mentioned, and what exactly they can do, or why they're such a threat. Enough that Mentos himself was interested in them, something about the phenomenon of them. Whether that had to do with the actual creation of them or something they actively do after they're created. Are you aware if Mentos is aware that you've left Yisrael? Or is he completely cut off in that little island? That was a question for both, potentially.
Excuse me, your little boiling is not too far from here.
Seems to work sometimes.
Oh, are you referring to Winter? The one that is very, very similar to Kristen. From what I've heard. Well.
What specifically are you wanting to ask me?
There we go.
Hello.
Hello.
It's good to meet you, Lady Kristen.
Interesting, I suppose.
Yes, I actually hadn't known if that would work. But the questions I asked that helped bring you out, whether or not I think what you said actually worked. I still would like answers to those. I'm curious about the description.
What questions in specific are you asking of me?
There was a question before. I believe it was somewhat answered. Are all rulers capable of speaking through their element?
I couldn't say. I know me and Zula did. But we were sisters, so it makes sense that I would know what she does.
I suppose that follows.
But I can't answer on the other rulers. I was also told not to give too much information upon them.
You were told.
By me.
I was going to ask who had commanded a ruler.
The rulers and their information are currently kept under lock and key in the forbidden section of the library. For a very particular reason. Well, I'm not gonna stop Kristen talking about her own kind. There's a reason why the ruler's information aren't in there.
There are some of them that are kept quiet for a reason. Namely of which I could use an example of Mithins. But no one can get in or out.
Yes, I'm afraid I know very little about Mithins as a whole.
Unless you have residency. Or permit. But they're all hidden for a reason.
Does that also go into questions about, at least history from the beginning? I'm curious about what caused the rulers to come down. To start appearing.
You can ask the questions about specifically them and Serenity, and Mentos is an accident, so that's okay. But
I wouldn't be able to answer the rest of the Vandiles, unfortunately. I am simply a visitor, not a resident, no professional in this campus.
I see. I suppose my question is...
Curiosities, I'm happy to answer.
My question is... When you were formed, why then? Why not before and why not after?
Do you mean when I first existed?
Yes.
I was created the same time Zula was. There needed to be a harbinger for dark as there is one for light. All nations need something made for that purpose by the Vandiles. When the Vandiles was created, we took their place. Mentos, on the other hand, was an accident. He just happened to fit the qualifications. But besides that, rulers have a purpose.
So in that case, there was actually a ruler for lightning that was being formed before Mentos interrupted?
I could never answer. I never knew. The most I knew was the fact that there was veins of mana that we couldn't tell what element it was. He landed into it and became, well, that ruler.
Logically speaking, potentially, but then Ergo would also have to think why wasn't one formed a lot sooner then, because Mentos and lightning is the earliest element to form a nation and a ruler in a whole. So maybe not.
I couldn't give you an answer on that, as I don't know. theoretically.
It's like asking the sky, why do you exist, by staring up at it and screaming at it.
I suppose, but in this case, the sky has a voice and a mind.
Yeah, true.
We can ask the Vandiles questions, at least I can ask Pandora questions. That doesn't mean I'll always get an answer.
What exactly do you mean by that? You can ask Pandora questions. Are you talking about the nation or the land itself?
I can speak to the mana.
Suppose if that's the case, one of the things I do want to know about is what exactly are the Lumasi?
Unfortunately, not even I can answer that. When Pandora was created, there was this rift that had formed over time. The Abyss. And I didn't even have an answer of how to turn people back. I would see those same people living, but when they passed, if their bodies made contact with it, they weren't life. They were a living nightmare. What made them didn't exist anymore. It was trapped. I couldn't even... I thought I got close, but Zula had other plans. Mentus looked into it because I was concerned. I was worried maybe it was a scientific matter and not a magical matter. I thought I got close to the answer, but I died before I could.
Eunice, you mind if Sayori's here or no?
I don't mind.
Understood.
I assumed I'd be watched for this talk. I assume this question's already been asked. Were you aware of this cult back when you were alive?
No. Not to this severity. Mentor said he had visions.
I believe
One
Mentos'
vision where
visions.
Israel would prosper, the other would crash and burn and fall. But he never got faces. I haven't tried divination since I woke up in this body.
Is there any reason you haven't tried it?
The body can't handle too much. It's why I lay dormant primarily, besides letting myself charge. But there's nothing I could do. I haven't tried it. It's not impossible, theoretically, but I'm not sure if Songbird could handle it.
And if it were to destroy the core...
Most likely I'd be let go. But I don't know how this body was made. I don't know the specifics.
If I remember correctly from what I've heard, no one does.
Mika did.
Beyond Mentos.
They have ways to fix it. How it was made.
And you were created a little over 50 years ago?
Hmm? You mean the body?
Yes.
I believe so. Time is hard to manage in here when you're mostly sleeping.
Suppose that follows. Is there a name to the island Mentos is currently on? Your dating spot?
Unfortunately, I couldn't tell if he's still there. I just know that was a place he and I knew.
That island currently rests on what's currently known as the Life Forest, I believe.
The Ever-Fallen Forest.
Ever-Fallen Forest, yes.
I had heard both Whisperwood and Everfallen. However, Whisperwood, I believe, is somewhere completely different.
Whisperwood is where I grew up. It is more north.
From what I remember of Pelham Records, that tracks.
Apologies one more time.
I was just asking if Mentos and your dating spot had a name, at least in Pelham Records.
I believe it was Fallen. Ever Fallen?
I had heard both, so I wanted to get confirmation of one.
It has one of the mirrored locations. But
Yes, where the Twilight reside.
The what?
Unfortunately, there's
Twilight,
a demon called Twilight.
Yes, foul things. They cannot persist outside the mirrors unless inhabiting a host body. So they typically divulge contracts to people in order to grant them boons or power funding in order to inhabit their body, typically when they're asleep. We had a situation with one of the students during the first years. They are... I have to be kind to all students, but a parasite inhabiting one of my students, I do not like.
They never were this violent.
What occurred to that student? Are they still present?
They are not. They were a Serenity student that had to go back home and could not continue the second year. Out of character compilations with the person.
I see. And there was mention of a portal to actually get to the dating spot.
Yes.
Where is that portal located?
It's within the Everfallen. I knew it by landmarks. However, the way to get in there, you need to speak Abyssal. And there's so far only me that got language. He can read it due to his angelic, but can't speak it.
Same way how you can read ancient light forms.
Yes, that's what I figured was happening when I was told that earlier. So if I'm understanding this correctly, the island that you pointed out onto the map, that's the location of the portal to get where Mentos actually may be.
Potentially.
Potentially.
If he's there, in the other side, then yes. But there's no confirmation. The only way you could, theoretically, besides divination, would be star heralding. But that's a dangerous practice when you're looking into people's location.
Is there an easy way to get to the Everfallen Forest?
It wasn't made to be easy. At the time,
I could describe all of Pandora that way.
No, you are right, but that particular place has been getting more ruthless these past decades. It's like the forest itself is angry at the world. Not to mention, all the demons and other monstrosities he's been attracting besides the Twilight. Going there without proper protection or proper knowledge is a death sentence, to say the least.
When they're provoked, they get defensive. And if they're abandoned, it just adds on to it.
Plus,
Never wanted any of the children to feel like this.
There's a chance that Illuminati might be there, and that's a whole other beast of its own.
I think the only one who knew a way was a mother from one of my empires. I'm not sure. That's what he told me before everything happened.
Overall, it sounds like Everfallen Forest is more surrounded and filled with monstrosities rather than actual Pandoran military, given that it's also capable of being reached by sea.
Typically a place where a lot of people live. Pandora has various areas where we make our homes that survive with the forest. We kind of work with the environment, make our own forests, make our own towns, and go from there. Everfallen Forest is for travelers and adventurers wanting to get a boon from a mighty Twilight, or to simply see the world. But if you have a good cap on your head, you don't stay there.
It's currently believed the Mentos had plans on fully resurrecting you.
I wouldn't be surprised.
If
Nika made mention of him making a deal with a headmaster of yours, or trying to make a deal.
If you were to be resurrected, what would you do?
Given everything I've heard of what happened to my home, Vane is in a lot more trouble than he realizes, first and foremost. That's not how you take care of your people, leaving them to suffer. I didn't let Zula kill me for nothing. I try to fix it. I try to at least speak to whoever's running Serenity now. If Zula is dead, as I've been told, then at least her split off may be different. As it seems Vane was different from me when he split off from me.
I refuse to comment on Queen Mariah.
If it's anything like how Vane was, it was probably the most repressed emotions that Zula had. Considering Vane is childish, ignorant of the world.
Vane is a brat, clearly not ready to rule. When I hear from Serenity, they are too much of a pushover to do anything.
If I was to come back to life, I would at least have a conversation with her. Make things stop, like Zula promised. I knew Zula wouldn't stop at nothing until I died. Pandora should have been left alone after. Seems so wrong.
Even with your future sight, you couldn't tell that far in the future. This is not your fault.
And now my home is in shambles. and information is construed. I love the Vandiles, not just Pandora. I love all of its residents. Serenity, Mythin, Israel and Teria, all of them. Doesn't matter what you're from. But Zula had other perspectives.
I'm sure. And what were those other perspectives?
In the early days of Serenity and Pandora, when we first woke up, she wanted everything to be fun all the time. Why work? Everything should be good. I believe there was balance to everything. That we had to make decisions to protect everyone. We shouldn't just train our element, train everybody of the Vandiles who come. I believe there's a balance to everything. I believe without night, there'd be no day. I believe that day should be always. He didn't like that. He was sporadic, very hyper. I might and while I loved to stay to myself. I loved helping the Vandiles when they came. I loved visitors, but I stayed and protected from the dark, whispering warnings nights. However, Zula didn't like it. She believed I was overbearing. I suffocating her light, her fun, when she wasn't. She was leading herself, not for her people, of which she wanted nothing more than everything to be the fun way, not the safe way. She also always loved the attention. I liked being in the shadows. No, joke intended.
You talked previously about being able to speak to the mana itself, as if it was a separate entity from yourself.
Mana is a living thing. Vandile's mana is no different. When people die, their mana goes back into the flow of things. And so when the next person's born, the element moves with it. The void was no different. Even now.
And what's the difference between the void and the abyss?
The void is gentle. It understands life. It helps process. It's like a mother, if you will, with the children that follow behind. The abyss. A monstrosity. The abyss is erratic, violent, centered. It does what it wants. It feeds off the living to sustain itself. I thought of ways to close it. I didn't get time.
What were those ways? You said you thought of ways, but you didn't get time to test them. What were the ways?
Theoretically, It'd be trying to push the rift closed. I would need more than just myself. I would need another nation's help, as it delves more into their territory of the earth, the world itself, to get nature to behave. The other theory would be lots of other things. Things that require sacrifice.
We're just gonna shove some dark mana into your core to help you sustain you.
Thank you.
I would like to hear that other theory.
There are quite a few artifacts within the Vandiles. Every nation has one. What was came in some cases. There are some that could be useful. I only had a few that I knew about. Not all.
Do you know?
Probably has one that could help.
Could you repeat that?
Contain the wild. Which plot in specific?
The name you said. I don't think I caught it.
Relevant? Mythin's ruler?
Yes, I hadn't heard it.
Lord of the Fairies.
The abyss is wild. It's careless. That'd be something more her alley. While it is technically within my realm, I can't control the wild side like she can. She can tell the wild to behave. The problem, she refuses to leave her cage.
Translation. She has extreme control over wild magic and the veins that connect it. However, the last time that ruler ever left their nation was never.
You said every nation had its artifacts.
Yes. I can't say all of them.
Primarily, do you know how the artifacts were created?
No. It's unique to my knowledge.
Did you know of any stores of artifacts? I assume they were tightly controlled.
Stores? Or...
Collections of artifacts.
Ah. I know Rella owns one, or quite a few. He refuses to give it up. However, I'm not sure. People who have an artifact are hard to get rid of it. Mine's in my library. My archives, if you will. Same with Zula's diary.
Your quote-unquote, he doesn't have access to that, right?
No.
Oh, thank God.
I made sure to lock it. Only select families knew the way, or the words to get it open.
When you died, we lost that, and we didn't know what it was. We were also gonna glad the word of it.
There's only a few Pandoran families from those days that know the way in.
Bloody
But they
hell,
also know
let's
don't
hope
use it
nobody
for
ever uses
emergencies.
What was that you said about Zula's diary?
Zula would occasionally drop things off in my archive. The last thing I knew before the day she was coming to kill me was her diary.
You referred to it as an artifact instead of simply a diary or a journal. What makes it an artifact?
It's what I see it as. However, I never bothered open it. But knowing Zula probably has qualities to it for light.
Has anyone given you a description so far of the artifacts being used by the current world threat?
No. If anything, none of our artifacts would do that.
He would know the Pandoran one was used.
Never been. Not since the last time I used it. But if you're meaning for your cult issue, well, the Vandiles issue, those are not ours. None of the rulers. We wouldn't make that. Much less we wouldn't allow it to exist.
Do you recall any artifacts capable of what they were trying to do before?
No.
So they were created recently.
My only best bet is artificial. Somebody had to have made it, but it was no ruler. And for what they're trying to do, I wouldn't be surprised if whatever is making it react that way had to done sacrifices to make it work. Would not be surprised.
Do you know any authorities on creating artifacts? At least from your time?
Families who were trained on their nation leaders could make artifacts. Mentos had told me and Relifon to select some families. And the families he told us to choose, he gave us descriptions, the last name, an element. Theoretically they could, but it wouldn't go unnoticed if they did.
Well, with what you mentioned of sacrifices earlier, I believe the cult has that covered.
If you're making an artifact that behaves like that, from what I've been explained, it'd be a sacrifice of the person making it, not of another person. You can't throw somebody onto a table and there's your sacrifice. They have to give up something, not another person. But that's off theoreticals.
If that's the case.
When it comes to magic, I know the Corbane. I know the Dogots. No living things could do it. Even gargoyles could not. But something like that? That's not just one thing, it's an amalgamation. To make one, you mix many. But that's off of what I know of how artifacts and magic work, especially the cursed kind. There are ways to undo it.
Do you know of a way to destroy artifacts?
Hmm?
Do you know of a way to destroy artifacts?
I have theories. The only nation rulers that delve with destroying and creating primarily like that, or at least destroying corrupted artifacts, would be Bermuda. She and I worked in that department.
We did destroy an artifact once with absolutely brute strength, but I like the more of exception.
Destroying an artifact, especially like that, either it splashes onto the people around it, or the ground underneath it.
Uncontrolled spills.
In this case, it kind of just released everything.
Which is the best outcome. It's taking people's mana. It could theoretically be returning the mana to the bodies if they're still living.
If they're still alive, yes.
Mika informed me of some things like that, or they hold the body. Theoretically, if somebody's in a comatose state, if that is destroyed, whatever in their mana, it could return to them. They won't be the same, but they'll at least be alive. That's going off of my knowledge of veins, and damaged ones at that.
I see. Where exactly?
It's unfortunate.
What is?
What is it?
Where exactly, at least in Pandora, is the Abyss?
Bordering, not next door to it, but if I was to guess, considering how much Pandora has changed since I've been gone, last I've recalled was Center Point. But Zula attacked there. I'm not sure how the Abyss has been treated.
No one goes in there unless they're absolutely stupid.
Or they're throwing in a body.
True. Although, thou should not get too close. The Abyss does bite back sometimes.
It is unfortunate, though, that I've been villainized by my sister. I never hated her. I loved her more than anything.
You're all villainized for one reason or another.
I think the saying is, you will always be the villain in another story.
Too many people see black and white. But then again, that goes for a lot of Pandorans as well. So, can't exactly call the kettle black here.
Does this answer your questions you had for me?
Yes. This answers all the questions I currently have.
If you have any others, give his door a knock. I'm happy to answer more. Or if I'm roaming about.
Do you need help?
No, I'm fine.
Am I going to have to speak of winter every time?
Not every time, I would hope.
Oh, what?
To speak to you instead of Songbird.
I don't believe so.
Good to know.
I will roam for a little bit before I must retire the body.
Indeed. I think me and Irnes have a few things to catch up.
Understood. Happy I could be of assistance.
Thank you for your help, Lady Kristen.
Of course, Irnes. Anytime. Even if you may see me as an enemy, I will still always love everybody like my child. I
I hope you wish well.
Satisfied?
At least for now. Going to need to write a lot of that information down. When it was previously told to me about the previous talk, there were a lot of unsure things. Whether or not it was the Whisper Woods that was mentioned or the Ever-Fallen Forest. It was good to get all of that squared away.
When people get a lot of new information, they tend to jump up a few things every now and then. Plus, Winter was like pacing around the whole place trying to get his head wrapped around it, so that exactly.
I'm aware. I nearly walked into his trail.
Oh, I saw you from the corner of my eye. Speaking of which, pull out the letter out of his pocket, hold it in between his hands. Shall we talk
I figured
about
this conversation was coming. Especially with your little speech.
Well, to be fair, I was actually referring to Mal, not you.
Really?
Yes, he's sharing all the news of half the student body.
I won't comment on that then.
But regardless, now you did good at writing a very normal letter, I will say. But care to comment who Insinitor is?
Inciter.
Inciter. Apologies.
I suppose I can just freely talk about it if you've already caught that. It's a title.
I believe the direct translation is someone who deliberately foments trouble.
Yes. It's a reference to when Kristen incited the ancient wars.
I can't say I'm too surprised.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I'm not interrupting something, am
We are having a bit of a private conversation. You can move this somewhere else if you truly need this room right now.
No. It's not that. I feel simply, you're nice, but whenever you're done, I wish to speak to you. I wish to gather basically all of our people together to discuss the future.
Understood.
Now, while I can understand you have a duty to your family, don't exactly hide that fact. You could also be aware that letting people outside know that, well, a dead ruler is here could have unforeseeable consequences.
Yes. And I trust my family above all to make the correct decision. It'd be foolish of me to just leave that information in my keeping alone.
Sorry, that was screaming in my ear. I will not doubt your faith in your family. However,
as not only the one so protecting the school, but been designed to protect the body that's currently inhabiting that soul. I can't really allow just information going like that willy-nilly.
I'm aware. I expected you to grab it.
Okay. Good to know at least.
Well, I expected you to grab it if I wrote it normally.
Oh, most definitely. Which is why I was actually very impressed that you speak in code.
That was the attempt, anyway.
Oh, attempted well. Certainly, I did spot you and knew that you knew information, and the fact that you wrote a letter literally the week after.
I could not have waited any longer.
Tell me, was it your own flaws or a burning sensation sigh that you could not keep back?
I had not wanted to risk even getting close.
Well, now that you've gotten a little bit closer and asked your questions, what is your opinion now?
To be perfectly honest with you, I'm not convinced, and I have no reason to be. A lot of the information is actionable, but there's no reason for me to believe any of the information about Zula or Serenity.
As I expected that answer. But you believe all the information about Pandora.
Not all of it. She's simply too biased for me to just take everything entirely at face value.
Well, of course. We all have our biases after all.
It's the same reason why you won't believe things I say about Serenity, and I won't believe things you say about Pandora.
Indeed. We all have our different point of views and what we've seen and haven't seen.
We would simply just argue. And it wastes time.
That will get us nowhere. Exactly.
It's the reason why I did not question her about what she was saying about the past.
You're a very smart lad, you know that?
Thank you. I attempt to be. I'm here simply to finish my duty.
You know, there's something that just bugging me. Hey, Aeneas, why did you apply to this school? You have a extraordinarily powerful family, influence. If you really wanted to treat the best, you could have just stayed home. You did not need to come here. Yet you applied, and yet you were here, so I asked you.
It was a request from my family.
Nothing
I
more,
am
nothing
here.
less?
Yes. I am here simply for the exact reasons Headmistress described on our first day. I am here to beat back the cult, save the world, and then finish my duty. Upon which I can return to Serenity.
And you're not curious about anything else?
I have plenty of curiosities. I'm not sure what you mean.
How would I put this? I believe that you did come here originally to do your duty, truly. But I don't think that's the full motivation of why you're staying. I'm going to be honest, from someone who's on the other side, Pandora and Serenity, for lack of a better word, it's very black and white.
Yes.
It's very hard to see otherwise from in that perspective, but out here, with all this information, with all these people, it's very hard to think the same. Once you learn their stories, once you know their strives, their cultures. So, excuse me, I don't think that's the reason why you're still here.
You may believe that. I would disagree. I'm aware of some of their pasts, and I've spoken to several of them. It does not change the fact that I am here to complete a duty. My personal feelings be damned. If you are insinuating I have seen yet something to make me question my beliefs or my faith, I have not. And I very much doubt I will.
That you're smart. And through that smartness comes curiosity. A duty is a wonderful drive. But for us that live so long, it cannot be the sole thing. Not for too long. Maybe this is coming from a filthy fallen perspective.
I'm aware of that while I'm speaking with you, yes.
But this world has too much to offer than just to be concerned about a simple duty. I'll do anything for my oath, as you will as well. But that's not the reason why I stay.
Yes, but I'm not actually referring to duty as in completing my oath here. This is a duty to my family. I am doing this fundamentally for them.
Do you love them?
Yes,
Genuinely.
with all of my being.
That's a good thing. It's a very good thing. What if I told you that you not telling this information right now would be protecting them more than you think?
I would need you to explain.
Okay. Well, there's the first case that currently Kristen is in, not her own body, but in Songbird, property of Israel, and currently Oswald's #1 task until Windows comes back. Meaning anything to happen to, well, her, especially if she's not here and out and about, would be against a melee war against Israel as a whole. And that's assuming they survive this whole ordeal. Now, assuming your family has this information and chooses to do nothing with it. Well, then there's the eventuality of the deal that she was privy to with the headmistress. You've been to the artifact room. You know what's in there. You know the vial. You can put 2 to 2 together.
That's the realization I had once you made a noise.
Now, once Kristen is back, and most likely will try to take over from her fucking idiot son, I cannot say truly what will happen in Pandora, but it will definitely cause moves. And what do you think your family will do if it knew not only if Kristen was back, but most importantly that we as a school had a hand in it?
To be perfectly honest with you, I don't think, at least at the moment, I don't think they would much care.
At the moment, no. But if you're looking towards the future, you're here, and we're teaching you. If you love them, wouldn't it be also logical to say that at least some of them love you back?
They do love me.
Exactly.
That faith can never
They
be
also
questioned.
hate Kristen.
Yes.
Assuming they would just get immediately angry at us for not only allowing us but teaching their son that, wouldn't it be logical to maybe get a bit aggressive with us?
I would believe ultimately that failure would lie on me for allowing this to happen as a Pelham.
Maybe. But wouldn't this also kind of friends also fall to you? Let's be real. If Kristen just came back randomly, they would be more focused on Pandora than ever and probably do more drastic things. But that would be also similar to what they're already doing. Having a third adversary to keep on their mind, if not Israel and us, well, I cannot guarantee the safety of your family if they were to attack the school. And neither of us want that to happen.
I don't believe they would.
And I hope not they would too either. But can you say that for certainty?
No.
I'm not saying to never... I'm not saying for you to never tell your family anything or to never tell them these factors. I'm saying, and I know this is going to be hard for you to say, trust me a little bit to know that I know what I'm doing in this regard.
Can you vow that?
I can.
Do so.
I'll do so if you vow something similar.
Depends on what you want me to vow.
That you keep your end. That for the time being, that you will not tell your family about Kristen and the likelihoods here. That you will at least try to abide by our rules and try to keep our CC for the protection of not only us, but the people we associate to keep our neutrality. And in turn, I will do what you say.
And you can vow, then, that both Kristen and the potential information that I am not sharing are not direct threats to Serenity.
I can vow that Kristen herself will never be a threat to Serenity. And if she is in any capacity, then so help me God, my wits be gone.
I swear that I will not share information gained during my tenure here, so long as it is not a direct, immediate threat to Serenity's future and health.
I'll take that.
In that case, I believe we have a deal.
We do not have a deal. We have a promise. We're not fucking demons.
No, we are not.
You gonna take the ladder?
To the fire.
You're going to pay me back for the paper.
I'll tip you as well. How about that?
That's fine.
It was good parchment too.
It was.
Mahogany?
Yes. I'm surprised you know that.
I do appreciate good parchment when I can.
It's one of the few things where it makes a lot of sense to spend good money on it. Letters are important.
If you're gonna have somebody read something important, then it should be on something important.
Is there something happening in the classroom?
I will check. But by the way, was Geo doing something weird with you involving her necklace?
Something weird occurred. However, we were not doing anything weird. If that is your question.
She was asking a bunch of questions about it, but then she was ignoring why she was messing with it. Or dodging the questions of why she was messing with it.
She could no longer take off the collar. It was an odd occurrence. The blessing that's trying to keep that thing intact must have figured something weird was going on. I saw that it had a blessing. Where's the blessing from?
Neptunia.
Blessing from any particular thing?
She wanted a calling similar to where she has a siren, but I wasn't actually going to give her another curse item. So, back in the olden days of Neptunia, there were royals and angelic figures that would inspire people with their words. Their voices would uplift their people to greater heights. And some of those greater spirits have something to happen to it and happen to certain items.
I see.
Hey, sorry about the conversation, but I don't know, Roy is looking for you.
Who's looking for me?
Yeah,
I was actually.
Aurora.
Hmm.
They also Aurora told me she was as well, so I guess.
Do you know where Aura currently is? She did actually ask me earlier, but I was in the middle of something.
Training. Training area.
I see. Thank you.
Yeah, pal.
You also wanted to ask me something?
Short question or answer for you, essentially. I presume you need some more time about ideas of how you want to go about this new assignment, considering I believe I'm still part of your group.
Yes. And we're actually down a member.
Oh?
Exalia had to return to Serenity for the meantime. Well, will. During when the intended actual mission is.
Okay. I see.
Oh,
So that
also,
thought needs to
Mel,
be
why were
filled.
you screaming my name a bunch of times?
Because you told me later you would tell me what the words that Kristen wrote onto the letter. And so I was seeing if you actually knew it.
Right. Apologies, I was busy with a very necessary talk.
I figured as much. Like I said, I tried to
It
get you
went.
3 times, you know. If you don't show up, then I shouldn't just continuously yell for you.
Yes, give me a second. I wrote it down in my office. I'll just have to retrieve it.
Understood. Sorry for interrupting your conversation with Virtues, Irenaeus.
No, our conversation actually finished. We saw people heading down into the classroom. We were curious.
Yes.
Ah.
After all, I was aware there was no lessons happening, so I just figured, well, people must be looking at the map then.
I also did get confirmation, Mal. That island is the ever-fallen forest.
Ah, so then why did I get told I'll fix it in the notes.
The Whisper Wood is something entirely different.
That's where I
yes,
reside.
And then I was told Ethereal Forest at some point as I was recalling my notes.
Ethereal
about it.
Forest?
Yes. Did Kristen ever correct that? I believe she said the same thing when I asked.
Yeah, she said the same thing. That's why I was like confused. Cause I'm from the Everforest. So there's Ethereal Forest in Pandora, so.
It's the ever-fallen forest.
Okay.
As far as I'm aware, the Ethereal Forest is not any forest name.
Sounds like a place you go when you die. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what she called it when we asked her to point it out again.
Yeah, it could have been a slip of the
So then
tongue.
why? Unless there's something else about its history. I mean, she did mention it wasn't always, dangerous.
Well, as I was talking about it not too long ago, in fact, that is where all the Twilight are.
Ah, yes, and then she called herself the Void Mother. Or that's what people called her.
Yes, yeah, apologies for several years. But yes, that particular area is extremely dangerous, as I was telling people not too long ago. It's where all the Twilight resigned, and it's also extremely dangerous these past couple of decades. The forest itself seems to be more hostile to visitors. Not to mention some of the illuminists could be around as well.
Not to mention the demons, and monsters.
Oh. So then how do I mean, sure, there's always a different reasoning for it, but then where are people generally living then in the forest?
Most people don't live in that forest. That's mostly...
So then what did you do in the forest?
The forest is filled with monstrosities. That forest also contains a portal to where Mentos actually may be.
Yes, to potentially teleport to wherever their meeting grounds were.
Meeting grounds.
Yes. That comes back to my question though. What did you do in the ethereal or ever fallen forest? You said you lived there, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm from there. But we did move around a lot. But that's the whole.
Oh, so you were nomadic, going to different areas.
That is a good place to keep alive. I mean, good way to keep yourself alive. You're not in one place at the same time, and well...
Well, that'd be important to know, because then it'll be a good way to figure out where you need to start going inside the ever-fallen forest if it's always seasonal.
Yeah, that was good for business as well. Going to different places, you get different information.
I'm unsure if I would describe the Ever-Fallen Forest as a good place for money or information.
No, moving.
Then again, you also would describe most of Pandora like that, if I would recall.
I have no further comment on that.
Did you ever... Oh, wait, no, you haven't gone to your office yet, that's right. Never mind. I was about to ask about the follow-up to the question, but then I was like, wait, you haven't left.
Yes, I have still have been here the entire time. I haven't proved out yet now.
Listen, they just appear out of nowhere and disappear out of nowhere, and sometimes it's just like, oh wait, did they do it yet? The blink of an eye.
Would you like me to do that now to get it for you at the second?
Please.
Very well, I'll be back. Oh, god damn it.
Were you injured, Virtues?
Mental damage, yes.
You game with pride, I presume.
But I mean, I guess I could see it how it'd be information. I mean, if certain spots were always dangerous, then you never have to worry about, people going outside of it, or people coming from the outside to the in, but...
Can we walk and talk? I do want to head to the training area before I miss out on Aura. She wanted to speak to me. I'd rather not chase her down. That works. I believe you wanted to speak to me?
Yes, because we're trying to get the situation, understanding of all our different teams, and potentially even getting all of our different teams together for us, like meeting, considering next week is a set on the actual battlefield.
I agree with that. Though I certainly just left one of my team members back in the classroom. We will also be down. I am currently down a member. I need one more.
Oh?
Xalio will not be present during the intended time that we plan to go on the mission.
So we need to find your replacement.
Yes, and one that can actually fit into the team.
Indeed. What exactly kind of person are you looking for?
An incredibly mobile team, sans Lycos. Ideally, I wouldn't want to add another limiter.
Another limiter.
However, before I get too far, I want to confirm this with Xalio.
Maybe having some of the teams spar each other.
Hello.
Do you want to do that with our team?
Hello. One moment.
We don't have to spar each other, we can also just train with each other too.
I think training alongside each other to see how we can complement each
Hello,
other.
Xalio.
I missed.
Especially because if the
I wanted to ask
strategy I
him
like
again,
works
confirm
out,
that
our
you
two
will no
teams
longer
complement
be able to
each other
be present for the mission
openings.
come next week.
No, I don't have enough right now.
I wanted to confirm that before I start looking for
I'm most likely going to be sticking with
a
Kokiri
replacement.
for a lot of the field fighting and jumping between Wilhelm and Knut.
You want Venom or no Venom?
Europa and Wilhelm definitely will be helping a lot with your stuff.
I probably won't be too efficient.
Luckily, you
with
have Lance to help you with your fire issue.
Don't do it. No Venom.
Especially if they do have those little forge-looking things. The giant metal mouths of fire. Wilhelm is, I think, the best one we have for that. I believe Lance might be efficient also with his fire.
I need 3 people big at once again.
Yeah. If we have fire issues, it's gonna be Lance and actually partially me.
Okay.
I've gone and confirmed.
The 3 of you then will be the main front of that.
Fire makes it so I don't know.
No.
So I can use my ice ability.
Good question. Are you gonna try to even find the nerf flyer or just the fast process?
I'm unaware of who even's available. Ideally, I'd like to take my pick after knowing the full selection. I can at least create backups, rather than simply looking for another flyer.
Which is completely honestly fair.
I can also work with someone who's also quick as a ground unit. We already have Lycos as our limiter on the ground in terms of speed. Another ground unit that's simply faster than him would not actually limit us much. I'm not aware of who else is available and who has not currently been picked.
As things stand, at the very least, the other teams, from my knowledge, still remains the same.
They have not currently switched.
No one have switched from my knowledge as of yet. At least within our own other teammates, they are sticking to the same groups. They've already gotten each other confirmed. I cannot say the same for Winter's side of things, because I'm not even aware about it, and apparently not even barely any of his other commanders is even present. So essentially, our side is the only one that has its full commanders.
Well, used to.
What I meant, the commander specifically, I don't mean the squads.
Ah, I see.
And the issue is due to the fact we don't have the others other side's team squad's commanders here. We cannot confirm if they have already picked out. If that's the case, we get first pick if they're not around, after all.
Yes, I simply need to actually figure out who would be the best selection and actually track them down. But currently I need a list.
Where's Sayori when we need her? I'm quite sure she should have. Actually, maybe I can just find Winter. Winter should have his list, we have our list. And then it's just a process of elimination.
Yes.
Sometimes, yes.
Oh, one of Winter's commanders.
So I don't think so because there's only one real pipe, and we don't know where it is.
How long do I have to look for it?
They're fake.
No, it is one pipe.
It is logically one pipe that just
How long do I have to look
during the
for it?
World Magic Gift.
I don't know.
I've had this pipe around for weeks, and I don't know where it
the
went after I
cavalry
first
assignment.
So
We're trying to figure out who's already been picked, so we
it would
can
disappear after a while.
rearrange accordingly.
Because it's not an
Right,
actual
we even picked them once yet.
Here.
Apologies.
Apologies.
I'm quick.
You're fine. I just woke up, so I don't think I have anyone at the moment.
Yep, you can pick it up, interact with it, but after a while
Understood.
Oh, okay.
I see.
So,
he's tried eating them before.
that is not much new information, though.
Some students have had
Like I said,
reactions to exhibitions they've seen from touching the spirits. And based on certain things
You know what?
I wonder if that's a friend I made.
Hello.
Hello, spirit.
Hello there.
It is?
Yeah, someone from this morning, someone that's great.
Should I just find Sayori and just call for a full-on cavalry meeting so members can be sorted out?
This is our last opportunity too, so I would say yes.
Yeah, there you go. Whoa. Oh, you float.
It's a spirit, probably float.
I had one chase after my tail earlier.
Most of they are nature based.
Yeah.
I kept moving, so the gonna get it.
Here, I got a solution.
My money's on the wall now.
Shrinkify. Hang on, it's coming back.
I think it's stupid.
There it is.
Perhaps.
There you go.
Hey, Koguri, I'm free whenever for the thing, whenever you're good.
Very well.
What thing?
How about we just sit on the side and just try to practice, I guess?
There you go, buddy.
Oh,
Now go. Cause
good
prop.
now?
Go learn. Have fun.
I believe so. There was an idea about practicing.
I had to choose my words carefully.
Did you?
Yeah.
I almost said go cause chaos, and that would have been a horrible thing to tell it.
Anything else
Yeah,
needed
you
at the
shouldn't-
moment for a
Shouldn't do
meeting?
that.
I told it go have fun, go
No,
explore.
I wish you guys to spawn
should
train
learn.
today at least. I'll join in after I have my meeting with Aura.
Tag along?
I mean, all I'm doing is just practicing meditating. That's it. I don't know, that's not
That's
you.
fascinating.
I'll hit my quota for meditating for Ironwood later. Not in the mood.
I was going to give him some, what do they call it, pointers. And then I can return
please
for
do.
sparring.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go
Yes, dear.
see if I can.
I trust you on that. Have fun and all that.
Indeed.
Yeah. I don't know if it's gonna be fun, but we're gonna give it a shot.
It's fun, or at least mind piecing. I don't know. Peaceful mind? Peaceful? I don't bliss? What the
This
fuck it's called?
mind.
Yeah, that.
Yeah, that's the correct one. So
Settling.
Trust me on that.
You can use the word settling.
It's on my tail again, huh?
I don't know, you can go chase and join them. Might be
Yeah.
some good for you. Go have fun.
You guys training later?
Hello, Nikos. How goes it on, my boy?
Well, I've been sparring for the most part after the announcements, so been going well. Making sure I'm ready for tomorrow or next week.
Sweet.
Spars are happening later.
No, up to them.
I mean, you guys can start
Peter,
now.
are we sparring? Oh.
Go ahead.
Oh.
Are we ready to have a talk, Aura?
We
I was mostly just
technically
trained with
have
other
all
parties.
all
I've
four
been
of us.
sparring with whoever.
I haven't heard who have you picked for the catwalk.
Especially because there's a complication, Blitz.
Nova.
Oh, what is your complication?
Nova was planned.
I'm currently down a member.
Fuck, which one?
Zaliel will not be able to accompany us next week. I need a replacement.
That's actually annoying. How many other people can fly? So you already have a Valkyrie, you already have...
Doesn't need to be a flyer. Our current limiter in terms of speed is Lycos. Just needs to be faster than him.
That's fair.
I'm decently fast.
Straight, worst...
Not faster than a flyer.
Worst
Well,
case
yes.
scenario, the idea I brought to Aura is all of us working together on the field, though each of us in charge of our own factions, we're still intermingling to assist where it needs to be. So worst case, Kokiri can occasionally help you if she needs to, or Nikos can occasionally help us if he needs to.
I would recommend that given how many different areas of activity there are, it would be best for us to not try to intentionally group up, unless it's absolutely necessary.
Who's this?
I meant it as a necessary thing.
Sayori.
What the fuck is that?
Come here, handsome.
What the fuck is that?
Spirit by my face.
Cavalry meeting
Nico, stop stabbing people with your fucking pole, you whore.
That too.
There you go.
Anyways, Archons.
Look, you killed him. Look at you fucking dog.
Has very much been a while. Probably 3 months out. Right?
Archons. Come over here.
It's looking like we'll be having an official cavalry meeting in a second, if you'd like to join.
Yeah, I was waiting for it, so.
You alright?
Yeah, I'm a bit nervous, that's all, so.
Any reason for that anxiety?
I've led people before, but it's always been my family, so. This time I have 2 people that I have never led like that before, so it's different. I don't know them as well as I know my family, or I know Lance.
I see. It's a healthy anxiety to have. However, I think you're managing well. I don't think you have anything too worried, or anything to be that worried about. I believe they're most likely going to have this meeting without us. We can speak about this later.
Are they actually gonna go have the meeting now? Because I swear that we've been like, oh yeah, we're gonna have it now, we're gonna have it now,
Actually, I believe they're going to go have it right there. As in, they're having it right now without us.
Why? I thought we were gonna go in the room and... It's fine.
What did you think the conversation was going to be about? As far as I know, this meeting is due to the fact that I am down a member.
Oh, I thought we as the team leads were gonna talk and figure out
That's
strategy
also
between
something.
ourselves. Which is important.
Except I'm not sure when that's going to happen. I believe they're also attempting to gather a large group of people who haven't been selected so that I can go through for my pick.
So what's going on today?
Trying to organize the squad of the cavalry.
Where'd Sayori gone?
The squads for a
When is that starting?
assignment.
Your guess is as good as mine.
Happens,
Ah.
going to the battlefield next week.
I won't be there, sadly. Sadly.
No worries.
I'll be
Cavalry teams
busy.
have already been picked and split up.
Also, if
I
you're
think
curious,
this is all
Sayori
the new cavalry
escaped.
for the most part.
Yes,
Escape.
me, Aura, Irenaeus, and Sabrio. Which is actually kind of
Sorry,
ironic.
She
there's a little
literally put
scratch
it.
here.
I'm gonna leave this
Mince it
person here
thickly.
to the wolves. And then, yes.
Yeah, and then just vanished. Yeah.
Ah, and anything about the meeting that we were going to
And then I
have?
removed your covered in ice and metal and
She ignored it completely.
Wonderful. Fantastic.
It's actually why I wanted
You
to
feel
pair
more
with them, 'cause I
frustration
had
about
this
this?
secret
As a group
more or
meet up
less
and just
repair
talk
my own
instead.
then.
We
Yes.
don't need her if she's gonna be like that.
Yeah,
Is there an
I'm
issue?
done with
I'll be
wasting
back
time.
to same old words
Thought
to
my
you.
letter's been
anyways.
useful, yes?
Shall we move over to the
very
side
much
so we
so.
can discuss
Sorry I
it?
didn't reach back.
I'm currently down a member, Virtues, and I need an accurate list of who hasn't been selected.
Sometime later, if you'd like.
I would. Always.
I also finished all the outfits for everyone, which is, I think, 5 or 6 individuals.
Are you a fucking tailor also?
You included.
You are a tailor.
Currently,
You are a tailor.
I am now down a member,
Blitz.
and I need an accurate list of who has not currently been selected for any of the missions, so I may not go there with just me and 2 others.
I've already got my bird.
I find it funny that so far every tailor we had has been cavalry. Specifically.
Yeah.
Thank you, Virtues.
Calvin.
Okay.
We all looked at it and was like, whoa,
Then
this
we can
sounds
then
cool.
move a
I'm
meeting
gonna
into
ride on
the
a
cavalry
horse.
dorm.
Hell no, leadership
That
position
works.
for you, buddy.
And get things started.
One more
I'm
time.
done wasting time.
We're going into the cavalry room.
I've missed
Thanks all for that.
Check on my
Give me
bird,
hugs,
make
man.
sure that he doesn't make
Hello, Cube.
Put something over in his ear.
Ah, good, pleasant. As always, to be in your
It
presence.
says, what have you missing?
I'm currently missing a member of my team. Was currently Exaliel. She will not be able to be present during the time I'm actually going.
My good boy.
This team for what?
Good, good, good.
What used to be the cavalry clash, now going on the missions. Currently, my team is more focused toward being aerial and mobile.
By the way, we have a very wide spread of new people at the academy, like 2 Mrs. Centurion.
It says, what are the details on this?
Behind it.
I'm afraid I'm actually very sparse on details at this point. I had more when I thought it was war games. Now, currently, I know about as much as you do, in that there's cultist activity that was mentioned, and that we are going to both investigate and squash it,
Kyo's partner.
while also being a test. Yes, I believe in Zirin.
My shit foot, I almost said shit.
Hold on. I can speak to you later, Cube. I need to get to the cavalry room.
Lover, I see.
What does it say?
This is also one of
It just says, considering that is the case, I'd be willing to assist you if you would like.
Steering to the max.
Sorry, I'm.
I may take you up on that. Currently, I need to see a selection of everyone who has not currently been selected.
half giant and a
Two half giants.
They're both centurion. One centurion, one is They're not hard to miss.
You have a problem against him?
succubus. They're known for being sex demons. Half the school here has asked me such incestuous, fucking disgusting questions like, oh, Blades, what's a harem? Oh, Blades, what's a kink? Revolting behavior. Started on the fact that people hounding after you and Gio in the goddamn Cupid box. Pink-haired woman in
Do we need to discuss this?
No, she asked a question, I answered it, but let's get on topic.
Conversation, and it's not the time for that conversation.
I was asked a question, I answered. Let's get on topic.
Mm-hmm. So, where to start? Well, at the very least, we know we have until, next week to sort out the remaining issues with the member of the team, which falls in Erin's conundrum here, which we need to figure out, considering the aim for your team is to be the mobile team to be able to support all the teams, even with aerial and speed, considering the original picks.
Yes. Ideally, and I've already tasked Virtues with this, I'd like a list of all who hasn't been selected. Ideally, I would like to get that from Sayori.
Unfortunately, Sayori decided to just run away.
Convenient.
Well, at least I have my list. I don't know which ones the white dog has picked yet, but I know what the other two have picked.
No one.
We asked him earlier. He has picked no one.
Of course he hasn't. He's been, as he's put it, only training and sleeping all day. And then the other one wants to put in information not based on interviews, by the way, but based on him stalking the other students in the campus into the cavalry dock.
Repeat that.
Reed. I had some strict words with him. He wanted to put information into the cavalry dock, not based on the interview process we had suggested, but based on watching people.
That depends on the validity of the information.
That too.
In any case, no need to go into side topics yet.
But if that is the case, then the list that I've been making since I thought we were going against them still holds fruition then. Which students are currently available for us to pick from. Though this Archons is another student I've not seen yet, they said they won't be here next week to assist either way, so it doesn't even matter to begin with. Which is a shame though also, since apparently we're supposed to be partners with Nikos during the tournament, meaning there is some chemistry there on the field.
That matters not. I still have both the Lycos and Mal. They showed enough synchronization during the tournament. I don't wish to inhibit that. Currently, I'm looking for a member that is either aerial or just fast. I can most likely work with most things. However, if they're slow, I cannot.
So I hate to say this, by the way, there is at least one student that can fly that is available who was whining to me about Valkyrie not being picked enough, in his words.
I'm aware. I want the full selection before I make a choice.
Hi there, this is Mal speaking. Could the Valkyries please meet up in the Valkyrie room? That would be fantastic, thank you.
Trying to remember the things that I have told you about earlier before I left for Neptune. Well, I picked well, not picked. People that have not been picked yet that we also talked to or are aware exist in the school is Amelia, Daniel, Arlo. There was the one bear we saw during the tournament, but I haven't seen him since, but he did have a uniform on. And he was talking to another student. That one, yes. Polly, but they're fast in a sense of they can sprint really quickly forward and can't go upstairs without fully sprinting. They're also the same Heffel Blossom as Amelia is. Another one which
Yes.
might not help
because
because
one
she's
thing here. In regards to Polly, we are gonna be conducting this operation operation in Seren, which is gonna be either plains or forest-esque terrain, most likely.
There you are.
So Polly technically would have essentially a home field advantage in that kind of environment.
What is their endurance? Are they able to keep up high speed for large amounts of time? Is that known?
Not quite sure, but based on the looks of how they kept running up and down the staircase, it's not necessarily the issue for them. It's the issue of elevation is more so the problem for them.
Balance is their issue.
Or two.
Though they have also abilities to be able to cause area of denial, essentially. If it's either plants or even a bunch of pollen. Their entire magic is pollen magic, which is apparently a fusion between light and nature.
Actually, that would be good.
Also, Sayori, do you have an accurate list of people that haven't been picked yet? Yes, so we have the accurate one to work.
I think.
I don't know how aware you are. Exalia will not be able to attend the mission, so I'm down a member. I'm looking for a replacement quickly.
Actually, question, Sayori. Did Gio or Reed change any of their students from what they told you about for the original clash? And has the Ryga picked anyone so far since last we talked?
I do believe Raga has some people.
Do you know who? That will
Oh,
help
he'll
me,
spar at some point.
nullify
Not
some
now,
people
though.
here for Erend, not
Too much
one of
planning to be done.
Let me go double check something real quick.
Otherwise, I'm gonna keep going down the list I made from when we were dueling against Winter's team. Since again, it's all about information, and that is what I like to do. Next up, of course, is... Fuck, I forgot her name, but it's the fish woman with the trident and wheelchair.
Viviana?
Wheelchairs known for their speed. Vivian, yes. I don't know her elements, I know her weakness though is her, well, air bubble and the fact that she lacks legs.
Is she capable of navigating heavy, grounded
I doubt
terrain?
it. She always needs a Prince and Charming armor to carry her down the staircase. Though apparently they were working on her wheelchair to be better going up and down the stairs. I don't know if that was done yet. She also does have a little bit of a temper, so I do not know if her personality will clash well with yours. In context, she immediately went to name-calling Lance when he gave her a warning of not breaking property.
I've heard the story. Ideally, I shouldn't have to question any of their ability to follow orders while making this selection.
True, however, when conversing with some of the members as listed on the cavalry dock, nothing against you and nothing against them. Some people's personalities will clash, that is just how living things are. In some of them, though not dropping your name, your personality does fit it to a T of conflict.
Does
I
it?
also know my personality may be a conflict for others.
I read
Just how you
through the
carry yourself.
cavalry dock. I hadn't made that connection. Regardless, I expect them to deal.
Exactly. It is something to keep in mind, but not as big of a deal. Just something to be aware of as a chance to spark a flame that should not be ablaze. Next, of course, is the Tinker who uses lightning magic with the Pacemaker. I forgot his name, but he's the one with the top hat and the white hair who helped me with the stuff with Gio's thing. Yes.
To give you a clear answer, Raga hasn't chosen anybody yet. Reed has Hezekiah, Stone, and Daniel.
Morris? Daniel? Never mind, not a Morris.
Did you say Stone? Wasn't he already previously part of a squad?
Yes,
Yeah,
Reeds.
Reeds.
Ah. So this is old
He grabbed it
information
so
then.
Gio wouldn't have him. And then Gio's team so far, Gio? Well, actually, better question. Is it still, to this day, Baol? Fuck, what's his face? The red guy with the anger issues, who goes ablaze and burns everything around him. And Sam?
Rupert.
Rupert. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. So the only thing you can't pick is Daniel, but you can choose Amaris if you wish, as a Valkyrie option. And he is fire and light, which would be good for you, and also good if we're gonna deal with those stupid forge things that go ablaze, which luckily Wilhelm can handle on my team, but I'd like each of us to have someone who could handle it. Next,
As
of
far as I
course,
understand
is
that, you'd have to be even more careful of ice, though. Nako was saying
Exactly.
Fane usually don't do well with ice.
Yes. I can easily avoid the ice from the Lycos by the fact that I am flying and he is grounded.
Oh, you do have you have Nikos to do with the ice, right? Next up is the Gorgon, whose name I forget, but their specialty was nature and dark, I was told, and they are a healer because they tried healing me with dark magic. And I declined because healing with dark magic while regenerating with dark magic is a great way for disaster. But you are a light user, so they would not be good for healing you.
Healing will never be required for me. However, for the other two, Mal is already capable of healing.
Exactly. And we already know Mal can heal Nikos because of how the tournament was going. Next, of course, would be David, but I do not know. I have not seen him since the incident. So I'm not sure how liable that is. Next would be Leppy, though she's more brand new to the field and will need more instruction. She is uncertain on her own ability to decide for herself on the field. Her main specialty, though, is making herself into armor. I believe she is a light bias, if I remember how I filled out the Cavalry doc. And the fact that she can turn her body into armor or a weapon as a light user could also be efficient to use. Though she's also Valkyrie.
There are several issues with that choice. I will not need armor. Lycos already has armor. That armor has weight and will slow Mal down. I need a member I can rely on, not one that needs constant instruction.
The next one, which is an interesting realize, because they're the same moth things as Kokiri and Nako, but they also use ice magic. They're the one Thane. They're the same antennae. Thane.
Horia.
Yeah? Yes, I never got their name, but they are the same one that lost the first round of the tournament because they were new to fighting. But they used ice magic. They talked to Nika, so they may have a connection.
Okay.
Yes.
I double checked. Yes, Rupert is on Gio's team along with Beal and
Selrin.
Sheldrin, thank you.
Next up on the list is Nova. I don't know much of her other than she's dating Kyo. So.
She's a spirit. She's a shield and sword, or a spirit and sword. She has a shield.
And she's pure light.
That's all, everything. And pure light. Yep.
So that would be good for you.
That isn't an available option. That one actually might work. But keep going.
We're halfway through the list of students. Next up is the other student we saw earlier. She has black hair with red segments and is a... She said she was a deer-based and there's certain things she does, like being very carnivorous. She's good at tracking people's heartbeats. She's weak to gold. Is it gold? Yes, she's weak to gold. But she's a lot more aggressive of a fighter, it seems. I believe she was more dark-based, but I forgot what she mentioned what her second element was, or if it was just dark. I did these interviews a while ago, but it's in the Cavalry doc for more confirmation on things. She would also be a viable pick with not destroying plant life in Viren, since that's one of the things that she's very... Though Nako's less aggressive about it, her, Nako, and I believe in Polly somewhat, because of their race, are very protective of the plants, so that would also help us with not pissing off the government of Viren. Or Ziren, what the fuck it's called. Next up is another woman I haven't... Ziren, thank you dear. The one next to Mithins. Fountain explained they have rare plants, so you can answer if they're magical or not, because I was told to ask you if they're magical or not.
Some are, some aren't.
So that'll be for you to keep in mind, Aeneas, and inform us if you see some that are or aren't. That way we're not walking into any traps that they might have utilized with the environment on us. Next one, I forget her name. She should have been in the tournament and was very depressing with how she fought with a spear and shield, but she was a clay user. She has like purple hair, more darker skin, but she could cover herself in clay and uses a spear and a buckler. But I haven't seen her in a while, is the issue.
I also need to quickly note the dark user you mentioned, the tier 1, according to the cavalry doc, is dark nature.
Dark nature, that would make more sense with her being towards plant life. But she's very efficient in hunting people, so if you have her on your team, you're likely not to be surprised. The second one, of course, was the green-haired boy who does show that he will act irrational towards the cultists, however. Though he used more blood magic and a rapier during the tournament, it still is the issue of we're dealing with cultists, and I don't know if he's contained himself since last time he reacted to a cultist doll. So he does risk rushing in and disobeying orders due to his own emotional reasons. And I've yet to been able to ask him on those, since open wounds like that require a certain grace that abruptly opening into is not a viable option for, of course. Then next up was the person you fought with. I don't know anything about him, since he hasn't showed up at all, but I already know certain weaknesses that he shares with you, so that's up for you since you would keep up on that. And then next was Gumi, your partner. I don't really know the whole thing, but you do, so you can explain her.
She's honestly a more supported than a offensive one. She's a slime, so she doesn't deal well with extreme temperatures. She's capable of range. She can specifically enhance someone's like capabilities, for example, their stamina, and technically how much, making sure that one's abilities can pack a punch. She's a pure light user. That's essentially the best way to say it. She's, like I said, she also slime, so slashing and piercing, well, doesn't do much towards her.
I won't backseat carriage your decisions, however, as you yourself are a light user, and each of us have someone who can handle light in a regard, it is of best suggestion in my idea of picking people that of course match your best abilities, but also try to have some variability since these cult members can use just any element they wish. So that is why I will suggest also, again, not
They
to
cannot do
encourage
that.
you.
I've gotten it confirmed.
It's the issue of...
That is a misunderstanding. The cultists cannot use all elements.
Then I suppose it's more of an issue of they may have a cult member per element there.
Yes, that is far more likely.
Which is honestly better since as soon as we see them use one element, we'll know how to react accordingly. But it's still the fact of we need to have the manpower to react accordingly. So if you have a team full of light users, and oh no, they have a dark user, what do you do? Well, light beats dark, so it's probably a bad example. I know it's a stupid example to use because light and dark sort of cannibalize each other.
The issue primarily is which members will be present in a week.
That too.
Which, Sayori, are all of the available Valkyries currently in the Valkyrie room?
I could check.
Now that I know that who is and who isn't, I can simply just go make my selection there.
There's 2 more members to show you. Next
It'll take
is
some time, so
who,
please.
Kyo. Light user who heals, but also uses Tonfas. Though, I haven't really seen how he uses it per se. Based on how others have told me, it is not the most effective, so he'd primarily be support for you. And then last but not least, I honestly think is a good suggestion also, though he's more better on ground, would be not Coda but Koa. Yes, because Coda is the fox, which also has.
Koa is the Oni,
He also
yes?
has a. Yes, the Oni who uses clay magic.
And the shield.
He's a very
I
effective
remember him from the
frontline
tournament.
fighter.
He's very adaptable.
Clay
But also
wind.
real quick. Hey, wait, dear God, beautiful.
You said there's a good portion?
Before I hand this baton.
Yes.
He's very good at fighting, but also the fact of he's actually had experience, though it's with the dolls, so it's not as accurate experience. Compared to the other students, he so far has been practicing fighting the cult dolls that have been available by Virtues.
You do have to be careful though, because he can lose it.
He can berserk.
I'm aware.
Though his files have been updated with what triggers that for you, so you will have to read through that again, of course. His other issue is he does not know how well he works together as a team. However, if you give him the right instructions with confidence, I think you can utilize him the best possible.
Primarily,
That is all
he
I
fits a lot of qualities of what I need. Mostly offensive.
He could help Nikos.
I will not be getting injured. However, Mal covers most support and healing. Lycos, far more defensively focused than offensive. Primarily, I think what my team is lacking is someone fast and offensive that can support Lycos and Mal on ground.
When fighting Nikos firsthand, his ice oftentimes would cling and freeze people that it touched. Luckily, my ice kept trying to break it and shatter it when it touched me, but it's still the fact that his annoying spears have tried to do it in the first place. So if let's say you do grab Koa for it, Nikos freezes them, Koa goes in for the punch. They can utilize each other's skill points really efficiently, if you mind me.
Yes. Sayori, are you aware if Koa is in the Valkyrie room right now?
He currently is not. I think he's with Pensei. Though if you wish
Wait, are you
him to be on
referring to
his
the Oni?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's not
The one that kept trying to hit you with a shit. No, he's, Vanguard.
Vanguard.
He is Vanguard.
And if you're looking for offensive, probably picking from Vanguard would be best first, and then branch out and look from there.
Honestly, besides Lance, from my personal experience, though I'm sure there are other students that are also very efficient, I haven't seen it yet. Just because I haven't really interacted with them, of course, no one's sent to any of them. He is one of the higher up vanguards I genuinely believe that is physically capable of fighting and keeping up with the others. The only reason why he lost in the tournament was, you know, you fly a lot, and Gumi's, well, Gumi. So he struggled a little bit with that, but he adapted and threw his shield at things, which, that is his main weakness, is flying people and people from afar. But if he has you and Mal, of course, then he doesn't have to worry about that. And he helps with you with people getting too close. So it's a trade-off with each other. You help him, he helps you.
If you want Koa, I can arrange that as well.
Plus he does need more practice when team fighting, he said, so...
Currently, I believe that would be the best selection, especially since time is of the essence here.
And though he's not exactly similar to Azalea, his fighting style can complement, and so it does still fill a gap that Azalea will be leaving behind.
Exalia's primary role was to be able to support the main unit of Lycos and Mal. I believe this also can suffice.
Since he is wind user, Mal healing him will be efficient. I'm just assuming that's how his element works with being half wind.
I believe so. I simply need to know how fast he is. From what I saw in the tournament, I wouldn't say he's slow.
I think
him paired with Nikos will help a lot. Again, Nikos being able to freeze people will help give a bit of time for Koa to go in for the not kill, but kill, you know what I mean.
I believe so. I think I'll make my selection with Koa, if you can arrange that, Sayori.
I can.
That solves that issue.
Yes. I believe now we can move on to actual synchronization between our squads.
Exactly, it should be the main issue.
Which, how actually realistic is that? Are we going to be sent to completely different areas where trying to support each other is unrealistic?
Considering things that if it's Siren, we have two alternatives for kind of environment we're gonna be fighting in. One, it could be open plains, or it could potentially be a foresty area. If it's a foresty area, well, the issue there is also we might even lose sight of each other completely. And being separated in a prime spot for ambushes, not a wise idea. Though still staying too close, well, if they have someone like yourself there and there's expert with long-range artillery, that's gonna be a detriment, so I would
Am I so
say...
needed here, by the way?
Can you answer further details about the environments that we're going to be sent to? Are we going to be close together? Is the activity spread apart?
So Aura and your 3 teams are going to be deployed at one time, while Winter and his teams are deployed similar but different area.
I see. So, synchronization is actually possible for us.
And mind you that it's going to be very spread out. So, in this case, chances of running into the other team is practically 0.
I think he means more between our teams.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Your 3 teams, it will be fully possible.
Okay, that's what the main worry was. Because at the end of the day, we're taking orders from Aura. And the Aura Winter will probably exchange of what the game plans are between each other. At the end of the day, the 3 of us will be having our teams, well, hopefully,
So,
assisting someone.
just to make this easier, Aura, you are permitted to at least have a wind guard with you if you would like.
I see, so I get to have a potential bodyguard. Wonderful.
Windguard? Fairtown? Windguard? I was curious what it was.
Essentially, from my understanding, just from that sentence alone, is basically I get to pick one student to act as a bodyguard for me. Yeah, so I'm
Oh,
not
thank
completely
God.
alone.
I trust you with not being alone, don't get me wrong. But it still would be nice to know if someone's with you in case the worst happens and things go well. Sending Stone silent.
I had assumed, at least previously, that you would be sort of coming on and assisting my squad, given that we're mobile and capable of expanding orders out to further squads, provided they're within my range.
I had the feeling of that. I've also talked with Mr. Wilhelm to see if we can get a prototype of essentially a cloak to help me stay hidden.
That would be nice. I know, depending on if it's the plains or the forest, we already have Ananias' team for helping scouting, but when it comes to on the floor with the forest, depending of course on the time of day and whatnot, a tree still gives shade after all, it'll be easier to keep an eye out from getting ambushed.
And I can easily suppress all aerial units.
Yes, though we also have to keep in mind that this is a possibility, considering which nation it is and based on something it's potentially in the wilds.
Bliss, does your group have ways of
Saren
dealing
has
with
quite a
Ariel?
bit of wyverns.
Yes, Kokiri.
Okay.
I
Besides
know who I
just
was
her?
going against. She's the only one, but there was one thing we were talking about you mentioned. Worst case, see if Nako can shrink me down. I can fit into smaller shadows that way.
I can
Though,
kind
also
of
have
deal
my
with
own
Ariel, and Menace can help me with Ariel too if needed. Although it's very explosive.
Oh,
well,
it
not
so
explosive,
is.
Given that we will be close enough,
Is for his thing.
given that we will be close enough that supporting each other is possible, it's also quite possible that my team can suppress Ariel across the entire battlefield.
Oh, I was so happy, or rather, you picked Ananias also. No offense,
precisely-
Anne, but I don't want to fight against you at all.
None taken. Compliment accepted.
Good.
On the topic of your bodyguard, I mean, of course it's your choice, but I don't think if there's no option for someone who can be in the air with you, you might be better off without them.
Yeah, that's what I'm honestly thinking, because I can easily outrun something.
I
Considering
mean, you
I
gave
know how to
Aaron
ni-
10 for his money last time.
Oh, you should have seen what I did towards the poisonous wyvern that was about to destroy our entire squad.
Alright.
I managed to grab its aggro and pull it away and get away scot-free.
Honestly,
But I do
really
agree that
love this composition.
if you do choose not to have one, I think sticking with your nice team would be best for you, because then you've got
It would
to have your back in
basically
the
be
air if you need
equivalent to one.
Mhm.
Like I said, I'm gonna ask. Sorry.
The issue for me is trying to pick one, like, there's not many, I'm gonna be real, capable flyers left to pick between.
They would have to be able to keep up with you.
Unit, it's just gonna be
No, all the capable flyers were picked. Remember, Reed picked up Daniel and replaced Amaris. There are now 0 flyers.
There is technically one flyer, though I don't consider them advantageful for myself. Which would be Mr. Arlo.
I forgot he existed
I
again.
think you'd be better off with just sticking with your Aeneas.
Oh my god, genuinely yes. Full offense, yes.
Though,
I still can't handle
we will be incredibly mobile, and I will just be leading them to whichever squad I believe needs more assistance, or if I see another group that is about to assault either of your squads, if I see them unharried, I'll go make their life a problem.
God, I'm so fucking excited for this, you do not understand. Oh, I understand why people say teamwork is dreamwork at this point.
However,
Genuinely has made my life easier.
provided I have objects from both of you, it'd be very easy for me to disperse orders to other squads if there's something you would like to see.
I will also note that more than likely, due to previous encounters on the field, sending stones are typically provided. So
Yes.
communication will be available in one way or another, even without the angel telepathy. The angel telepathy will probably be more secure, though if I'm not mistaken, it's
also
kinda
a
hard
good
to
backup
communicate
just in case the
multiple
worst.
people at the same time.
That's right.
If I haven't heard wrong from Virgie.
Yes. The telepathy, I believe, has longer range than a sending stone. However, it's intended to be more personalized. It's far better at one-on-one conversations. Anything that you own.
Would a gift Menace give me count?
It entirely depends about whether or not, or how long you've accepted it.
I've accepted it when he was gone for a while for his aunt's house and he came back with the head of a cat. The coralized cat head that smells weird in our room. That one. The symmetrical one.
Oh, we actually had an idea from Nako, or if the items are larger, Nako can slap a shrinking rune on it,
Does it change their weight?
so it's easier for us to carry. I believe so, yes. That's how they got a lot of the parts home.
To be perfectly honest with you, I would rather not carry the head of a dead animal to speak with you, Blitz.
It's coralized.
Menace is giving me his the pink sheep.
Oh, so you can do the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Smart.
Don't get him dirty. Or any blood on him.
That's why we're gonna shrink them, so that it's easier to tuck them into my armor.
I think it's far more likely it'll be frozen.
I will try not to.
Oh, you meant with menaces. Okay, that's fine. I thought you meant with mine, and I was gonna have some very strong words.
I wouldn't have yours. He would.
I know. Just don't get it dirty or anything else, or else. You can go with that.
Was that to me or Sabriel?
You're the one getting the meatball.
No, I am not. Sabriel has the meepo.
What?
The meatball
Not
she
his.
has
I'm talking
my sister
about
made for
menaces.
Menace. You said you'd rather not use the cat head. I have my own meatball. It's the black sheep on the bed that I've threatened Europa about touching before. One that's always tucked in.
I suppose if it's
Well,
completely
Menace was
necessary, I can carry your plush.
You'll respect him with respect. You're the one who was also complaining about a cat head with coral. So it's really your
It's
choice.
a dead head of an animal.
I don't know what the issue is. It was a gift given to me by Menace. He made it symmetrical. He made a big deal about
Being
how
that we
symmetrical
figured
it
that out,
was.
the other thing I want to bring up and talk about is what things we feel like our team may be specifically weaker to as a group. That way we can know what we can send who where.
I honestly don't know for mine because I try to make sure everyone covers something for one of us. The only issue is Europa won't be able to heal me, but if I give Europa or Kukiri lightning, they can then heal me with my own lightning, since it's now their lightning. Or worst case, your darkness mine, since I can't be. Onwards, I don't magically heal someone if they're naturally regenerating also, that causes issues. So I need mana that's not meant for healing of my type to heal, or mana not my type that is meant for healing. Which is still limited with the element weaknesses I possess.
Honestly, just inform me if you need an arrow or two shot towards you, because I will admit I have one major flaw when it comes to me being highly mobile. It's easy for me to use a lot of my wind, though due to that factor, I have a hard time balancing myself out. I always struggle to maintain the balance between my two elements.
It's the same for me.
Really suck.
And wind is my dominant one compared
It's
to my
also
darkness.
suffering. No, that's not fair. Lightning is my strongest, and my dark magic is very unstable. I've tried stabilizing it, but there are still circumstances it can be lethal. Though if that is happening, well, we'll have other issues, so it shouldn't happen. Like half the members of our school, I have a means to take care of such behaviors. But if it does come to the case I need to take a moment to not get to that point, of course I'd let you know, Ananias, and you Aura know. But I have
things prepared for if that becomes the case, if I need to calm down, or not even get to that point of being stressed.
Also, I want to point out one thing, and I hope this is no issues for any of you. I still just want to bring this up as a slight concern. If we're told to redraw from the battlefield, we will do that without constantly staggering each other. Because that has been an
keep
issue
saying that to
from what
me.
I've seen.
I haven't done that.
I'm saying that to everyone here.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you to elaborate. I'm not sure quite what you mean by staggering each other from retreating.
During the hunting trip, when there was a large group, everyone basically stopped their retreat just to look back behind them and start worrying about the one that's basically buying everyone time.
Everyone wants to be there.
Oh. That's simple. There should be no heroics.
Like, I'm not opposed towards someone bringing up the rear to minimize losses. However, I don't want to see entire squads staggering just because of one single individual.
I've already designated who ours will be. If that were to be the situation, that is me.
I don't think that'll be an issue. At least for
I was
mine.
gonna say, worst case, I can drop my fear aura and then step away immediately. It'll buy a few
My
minutes of them busy
recommendation
attacking
would
each
be
other.
to choose one person in your squad that if that becomes the option, that is the person who does it. That way, when it comes to that situation, there's no confusion.
Good idea. Then after this, I'll inform them that I will be the one. Since I am the cavalry member of my team, I will be the one to head out last. It is as our cavalry job to make sure the others are least injured.
That should not be
Though I know
the
it may-
answer you give.
What? That is the
You're being
heroic answer,
cavalry
the-
and being the leader of your team should not be the reason.
It should be whoever is best
saying
suited
that
for it.
you're- Yes, I was gonna say, so you saying you're gonna use your fear aura and stuff, that is a much better reason.
Okay.
For me, it is because I am the most defensive of my team, and I can heal myself if needed, and I can protect myself better than the others can.
No, that's fair. My other teammates are more durable than me, but however, I am a slippery little bitch, as I have been in many years of my time. And with that comes being a, well, slippery little bitch.
Okay.
Mine is no issue.
I will, yes, point. The only reason why I brought
Yours
this
is
up,
horrifying.
the only reason why I brought this up was because, like I said, it became an issue during the hunting trip and it almost costed lives.
I'm glad you brought it up, because now I can have the conversation with my team about how it will be me. And the others should retreat, given that I can both retreat and attack at the same time, from distance.
I'm also glad you brought it up because there were the concerns that Stone brought up about Wilhelm being one. It's either you or him who brought it up. Of, despite there being cavalry members, he was forced to be the cavalry role of the team. And two, something had happened that I do not know what went wrong on the mission. But Stone said there were not nice words thrown at Wilhelm. So I'm curious what exactly went on, so I know there's no repeats of those mistakes happening while I'm in charge of him.
As I stated, the issues with the hunting trip was one, indecisiveness when decisions could be made, just passively not doing anything. Second issue was, people running around almost like headless chicken in a retreat.
Hesitation, and then being unorganized and indecisive. Which, those wouldn't have happened. A cavalry member had been included.
There were cavalry members included, however, everyone decided to shove the responsibility of leadership onto Mr. Wilhelm.
It's not how he's been trained.
Is offered to be a leadership, or
did you not get a say due to the others that were chosen?
Technically, the one that's my superior, Miss Gio, was the one that basically was shoving everything.
We kept giving the students a chance to showcase themselves, but besides Stone wanting to try to be a leader for once, it's still Cavalry's job if they're available to help lead. That way, Centurion can focus on protecting and filling in the gaps. A shield can only be so effective when the Red Hand is pushing it the right way.
And besides, in that mission, my primary task was scouting, considering I was the only one capable of aerial, being able to see ahead.
You would have been perfect for Overwatch.
Oh, beautifully so. Those fucking wind arrows fucking hurt. They're efficient.
Is there anything else we need to discuss as a group for this, in particularly?
Another thing that probably we should discuss, and this is just making sure that the chain of commands does not completely collapse. If anything were to happen to me where I, for some odd reason, comes incapable of keep leading, who of us three should take over if that scenario happens?
My suggestion would be Aeneas purely because he flies. He gets more information up in the sky than we can have on the floor. And then the fact that Sabro, you have ability also with your telekinesis. You two have ways that I do not have with getting information. Sure, I can stealth about here and there, but I still need to be on the field to make sure Wilhelm doesn't get killed by lightning.
I would also volunteer myself.
Sneaky things.
Purely for the fact that if you are with my squad, I'll be the first one to know if you go down.
That too.
I think then that's decided at the very least. So we have a general understanding.
One other thing. Sorry to cut off, I just immediately remembered it. Because you do want us to bring back hostages, same with virtues. Though the primary goal is ones that are more important. I already talked to Europa and designated them to be the one to... if someone is injured, or if we're bringing back a hostage, or saving a civilian, whatever the fuck. That they were the one to hold on to them, as we were told by Winter that some of the generals have had capabilities of just teleporting and grabbing the person to go kill them off elsewhere, or that they'd rather kill themselves first before answering us. So it'd be advised to have someone who could protect the body.
I will say one thing. Personally, I do not care whether they die or are alive. If they die,
thank God.
Truth be told, I did not say this in front of everyone else because I know morals comes into questions. If I have to, I will literally try to drag their bloody spirit if I have to. If it's
This is why I have major respect for you.
I would say, if you can attempt to get information out of the low-level cultist in the field, at least broad things, if they have any idea of what activity they're there for, or what they're currently doing, things of that nature, that's about as much information as we can expect from them. The only actual hostages or potential sources of information we should focus on is if we encounter a much higher level up cultist. What exactly are we going to do as a group if we encounter something on the level of the commanders, or even a general?
If we encountered that, well, that's kind of a hard question considering, as they've been described, well, they're a threat to any of us. Nothing that no singular individual can take on. If it's something that's completely out of our hands, then it's obvious. Or retreat and try to get the information back. If we're even gonna try to attempt fighting something along that nature, we all all the squads need to focus it, though that in the kind of environment that we potentially gonna be fighting is not an easy task. So
I
a
would
direct
say,
confrontation with a
should either of your two squads encounter a commander or just an opponent that seems incredibly strong, use either the open connection I'll have with you two or a sending stone. Most likely my squad can reach there quickly. If any of your squad actually goes down and become hostages, this becomes very difficult very quickly.
Noted.
Luckily, I have some cards up my sleeve if that becomes the case for our side at least. Again, Europa's cloud picks up whatever element is put into it. Though they're scared to use darkness if it means keeping everyone on the team safe, I am going to give him a nudge to do it. Yes, fear makes people hard to read sometimes depending on how they act and be unpredictable. It's easier if they're going to slit each other's throats to buy us time to get out. If I need to, I can also push myself to cast long before it. Sleep be damned and all that.
Are we still going with the same overall strategy? Bite and chew? Or the fact that we're going to separate fights more means that the only important part is the fact that I will most likely be jumping between you two as your squads just focus on what you're best suited for?
I'm being perfectly honest. I believe the bite and chew strat would be the best idea, especially because 1, we're going on 8-month-old information, so we'd be completely out the window when we're there. 2, there may be a general there, or a high commander. And there's less risk of us being picked apart one by one if we're all ready for it.
If that's the case, our squads are most likely going to be at least somewhat close together, with, if I remember correctly, defensively focused on the bait, getting the enemy to actually engage, and able to withstand whatever they're able to do. My squad will primarily be focused on helping your squad destroy the enemy, while your squad's primary focus is to keep the enemy's reinforcements from reinforcing them. And then we can simply, once we're done, move around to the enemy you're currently facing and do the same thing to them, as you disengage and go on to the next level of reinforcements they may have. Overall, as a plan, it doesn't have too many working parts, which decreases the levels of failure. It's also simple to parse and understand.
Especially because we should keep in mind a lot of people that we have picked are new to this type of field. Though some are used to fighting life and death, there's still the issue of fighting on your own is very different than fighting as a group. There's also the issue of how many people do we have to worry about that go fail, frenzy, and whatnot?
I have not go. But theirs isn't quite the same as how most people describe a frenzy, so we've already talked about how to deal with it.
Technically, I believe my squad would be the worst for that. Sans me.
You also have Nikos, because he has the issue with blood. Specifically his own blood, though he still has issues with other people's blood.
My team is primarily Beastkin and Anoni.
I don't know if Europa takes more after their Oni side or their Giant side. I know they also have really bad fear of their dark magic. I myself have my own frenzy as a Beastkin. But that's why I grab people who would make it so I wouldn't have to deal with my own fears, so I can focus on other things.
Did you already talk with your team what to do if you were to frenzy?
Wilhelm has seen it firsthand. I don't know entirely myself how to get out of it when in that state, but I know how to avoid it and how to stop it from getting to that point. Because if I'm quite frank, if I am in that state, as Lance and Wilhelm have saw, there are bigger worries. So it is better to stop it from happening to begin with, which I'm aware how to and have plans for that.
What is your primary behavior when you frenzy?
Then
Do you more attempt to disengage and get away, or do you attempt to be aggressive and attack?
Aggressive, but it's the issue of the... Remember the fear aura I had?
Yes.
How I reminded you all that it is very weakened. The initial version chokes the people who are stuck in it, and slowly kills them while they're stuck in a nightmare. And that's also not including my own abilities getting scarier with it.
I would suggest talking with your team on what to do if you do become in that state. You should choose a second.
Will do. Luckily, I can trust Kokiria. She's had experiences fighting on the field with other people. And though she has some self-doubts based on how she's acted so far, it feels like I have faith in her for making the right decision and understanding what happens when you do hesitate due to her own loss. Sadly, with what you've explained, I don't think Wilhelm is ready yet or should be decided to be picked for it. And Europa also has a habit of freezing when fear unless someone else is giving the directions.
Given there is also another option. Given that our squads will be close together for the vast majority of this strategy, I can potentially, should you frenzy, absorb your squad into mine and move as a larger unit.
That would work. Right, you also have Menace. So Menace might be able to step in and help with it, as he's seen it happen with me towards his aunt. Though not as severe degree. But again, I usually am very good at stopping it from happening out of my own experiences, but it is still a thing to be aware of.
Can your team function if Menace were to be unavailable?
Yes. Lance is our offense, I am our defense, and Nako is our support. I can also switch to offense or support if I need to.
Alright. I also must ask, do either of you have people weak to lightning on either of your teams?
My ice explodes and becomes harder to control, but it doesn't hurt me any more than anything else.
Similar for Nikos, then. Besides him being in metal armor will kill him. I've explained it to my team and I've explained it to... Well, if there's a lightning caster, if you're close enough to me, I will be getting all of it. Quite literally. Unless they are physically grabbing you with the lightning, it is going to hit me full send. As long as I'm close enough for it, which is usually within earshot is a good way to tell.
I actually want to ask if either of your group has someone who can fix objects.
As in mending?
He makes weird weapons
Yes,
and stuff.
mending.
Oh, Archon apparently knows how to do.
Not to my knowledge.
For metal.
I don't believe Lycos or Mal have that capability. And I don't believe Koa would.
Try to procure some mending runes, perhaps.
If something happens to Nako, we have no way of keeping the gems on Lance's armor stable. If something were to happen to them.
I see.
Right.
So I'm trying to think of at least one backup. just in case.
We can see if Wilhelm can do anything, because he makes weapons. So clearly he has to do something with metal with his lava thing. And he has
Well,
ways to
it's not the
break
metal, it's
Lance's
specifically the gems, not the metal
Gems.
parts. Mhm.
We can prepare some potions of mending. Capabero's talking about those being available for gargoyles.
Besides,
you just
I
pour
already
it
know
on
that
them,
we
but
need to anyways get supplies because we have Koker in the field, and I remember Kokeri wishes to have mana potions at the ready.
Bukiri will be, at least on my side, our main mana user. Because I don't really include my constant casting mana use. Well, it's not mana usage, but you know
Ours
what I mean.
is not good. But they can drink a lot more mana potions than most people, so they've already
That makes
got their
sense.
stuff set up.
Also, if I don't recall wrong, Mr. Wilhelm is even working on a bunch of gas masks for everyone.
Yes. He might not be able to finish his own armor right now.
Provided there are extra mana potions, I believe my squad would heavily benefit. Given that both Mal and I are intensive on the mana we use. Myself more than anyone else in my squad.
Is there any other things we need to create backups plans for?
Besides us
Nothing I can
informing
think
our
of right
teams of these strategies we're going to use as a group, and then the designated fallbacker, I think besides that, meeting adjourned.
I would also say that should something would happen to both of you, our backup strategy would be that I would simply subsume both of your groups into my squad.
Yeah.
I'll trust you with it.
And then we would simply move as a single group under your command.
And if something happens to him, we have Sabi at least.
Though let's hope it does not come to that. Because if things falling that much apart, a withdrawal would probably be wise because getting both of you
withdrawal's the only
out of
option at that
harm's
point.
Exactly. It's more so stated so we're not caught with our pants down, if it happens. Which, if honestly we're working together correctly, it should not be happening in the first place.
Though contingency plans are there for a reason.
Exactly. Which is one of the downfalls we had when fighting against you in Stone, is we didn't have enough contingency plans for certain things happening we did not expect to happen.
Like myself staying on the ground and staying in the sky.
Not that, just what happens if I'm gone. That was one of our biggest downfalls,
Alright.
was me being taken out due to unforeseen circumstances.
And I also believe, while it's still a possibility, the chance of me going down is incredibly low. However,
Let's not take it.
were I to take an injury that would take me out of the fight, which is more likely than me going straight down, it would take several minutes for me to bring back into the air.
Which, if he does start falling or something like that, Aura, either you should try and catch him or inform Kokiri to jump in and get him. Unless Mal can't either.
In the worst case scenario, I suppose I can try to assume command of your scattered group if that becomes worst case scenario.
Yes, you can simply take over. Should both of us go down, I believe... Depends whether or not you think Mal or Lycos would be a better selection. Unfortunately, I think it's Lycos, due to having more military experience.
Precisely.
As much as that pains me to say.
useful for information than leading.
It's fair. Well, information can be good for leading, since I know that's my only experience with leading. So far, it's been working out for me for the most part. Learn and change what needs to be changed.
Yes. But I do believe our meeting is finished.
Yes, it is. If the time remains, perhaps get the practice in that you guys talked about as well, with the groups.
Yes. I was actually heading out to go grab mine. Well, what I can of mine. As far as I know, Koa is not currently on campus.
I was saying whatever information we got. We got no information. I just went with whatever was there.
Oh,
Hello.
Rafa, you make me so happy. I hope you know that. I don't mean that's okay.
We've currently finished our overall strategy meeting for next
So
week.
I have some things to inform you guys and Wilhelm.
Yes?
Let me find Wilhelm, and then we can update on what the plan is.
Very well.
Anyways.
So would you like to discuss with me, Nikos, by the way, Irenaeus, of what the plan is?
Yes.
Hi.
The general intention of our squad is to be highly mobile and highly offensive.
I hope you're doing well.
You should also inform your squad fully about some
The overall strategy is that when we encounter an enemy,
Apologies, I was just...
Blitz's squad is going to be the bait, as they're highly defensively focused. Our squad is going to be able to react to threats to either the other two squads, while also being the most mobile and offensive. I've selected our last member to be Koa, should he be available.
That we need him.
Oh,
Rather not
perfect.
chase him around. So tell him to come up here instead.
May I give a tip about him?
Yes, you may.
But TLDR, the strategy plan.
I have spoken to him at length about working as a team or whatnot. He's more only knows how to really work as a solo act.
We act similar
So
as bait,
it's best to work
and as the
around
team
him.
comes in
You
and
can-
fights with us.
Unfortunately, or fortunately I suppose, he will somewhat have that opportunity. The overall intention for the squad has remained the same. I'm primarily basing it off of both of your performances that I saw during the tournament. You are the main structure of the squad. I am both Overwatch, and the fact that I can assist both of you with little injury to yourselves, if at all, and almost no effort on my part. His primarily focus would be to support both of you,
If something happens to me or
and being able to filter in and out of the fights,
so you'll be communicating with him.
along with keeping you two from being overwhelmed.
We'll also have
Well,
ascending stones.
mostly you. You can join me in air.
Understood.
I was more meaning of the suggestion that works with what I was getting at, is that he kind of, give him an order in the sense of him doing his own thing because he can handle his own. If anything, me and him can swap out since he's a good combatant. So it works.
That's what I'm counting on.
Three of you will be needing to head out to where
Perfect.
Aura and
Our primary function is basically that we will be jumping either between the squads, depending on who needs more support, and we will be primarily focused on destroying all of the enemies
or something else.
that the squad is currently occupied with.
Entirely of if there is a high commando general, what the game plan is.
And
Is
just
either
to
it is
ask
too much,
as
we
a
all
solo
leave,
idea in
but if we
case
do
we
fight,
are
it is
more
we're sticking
on our
together and
own
working
and
together, no splitting up.
not having to
And I
support any
will
other
also be
squads.
to Wilhelm's
I presume our fighting
of
strategy,
us
as
are
I'm joining you in the
sticking
air, is that
If
I
someone
could
is
swoop
charging
down and
forward,
support
be sure they know
Nikos,
your back
and
is
you will
there
be
and keep your
supporting
eye on
Koa
them.
as you see fit, and
Especially
vice
since
versa
we are
if we in
playing
case we need to
bait.
switch. That's
Yes.
the rough idea for it.
The overall yes, you've gotten it. The overall idea is that our squad is incredibly fast and incredibly fluid. We can flitter in between different positions and different tasks as quickly as possible.
Everyone's known for their forest or their
We will
place, not
also
exactly the territory.
have Aura with us.
But also the composition will be you in the back line
Hmm,
and Will in the
okay.
front, with me and Kokiri.
I,
Since she can keep up with how
I would like
mobile
to
we
ask
are.
you something later.
Oh, of course. I'll be available.
But basically, our job
And
is
one thing our squad will also be used for is dispersing orders. Should Aura go down,
Communications
I will
all good
take
groups.
control of the entire operation.
Understood.
Very well.
But if we are to retreat,
Be aware,
you
I will
three are
carry
to
it with
focus
me as
on
well.
reconvening
Kawa
with
has
Aranus
his
Sabriel's
blood
team.
curse. Or is his
I'm
Nomi
aware.
curse.
There
You
will be
cannot
no staggering.
have
I've
yes.
taken that into
I will
account.
have I will have my own calm emotions inhaler on myself, so in case he needs to, just let me know and I can run over to him and give
I'm
him.
going to repeat myself to you real quick over here, so I'm talking over them so they can talk.
That will actually be incredibly
What we're
useful.
going with is the bite and shoe mechanic.
The other good news is, with our group that we currently have, I am capable of healing everybody in this group, so that works out quite nicely for me.
Yes, you're
Although
primarily
Kawa
the
might
reason
be
why I focused on
unique,
getting a
so-
Vanguard instead of another Valkyrie.
We have finished with our fight. We will swap
I
skills.
personally most likely will not require healing. However, I will
Yes,
require
unless
mana.
there's a-
Because our team is more durable.
Oh, that I can at least provide, I believe, to you. Shouldn't be much of an issue.
This is true.
Understood also. Due to what I was informed of...
Potentially, we may also be getting mana potions, which may be useful.
So, real quick. This is serious business.
Badal, what?
Staggering when it became time to retreat.
What?
So if it does become time to retreat, and I have given the order,
Are you
three
drunk
can
again?
reconvene with Aeneas or Sabriel's team, whichever's the closest. I have my way to buy time for all of you if need be.
Europa,
Which,
please
honestly,
try
would be better
to
not to cause splash
restate the reason for your reaction that you just had.
The other thing is, with what happened in the medical bay that you and Matt saw, if that is to happen again, Kokiri will take charge of the team and reconvene with Aeneas' team.
Did he make your shield?
Okay. Sounds good. Just to make sure. If retreats,
Oh, okay.
Aranus or
I don't know if you heard what Blitz just spoke of, but yes, the primary mechanic for this operation is, as I have called it, bite and chew. We section off a small amount of the enemies using the bait, which is the most defensively focused team. We are the teeth. Offensive and moving quickly. Sabriel's team, their entire focus is to keep the other enemies from destroying what we are trying to do. Keeping them at bay until we are finished and we can grab a new section of enemies to bring inside and destroy, and then we continue this method until all of them are either dead or defeated.
Just to ask the question, Irenaeus, the
Yes.
other group, do we know what their plans is at all? And
Do you
are
mean
they aware
Winters?
of our plan? Yes.
Their plan is of no importance to us, given that from actually looking at a map of where we will be, we are so farly separated from each other, there is no chance of teamwork whatsoever.
That's good to know, actually.
While I hope
To
they have
know
a good
also-
plan, their plan is of no consequence to ours.
To note as well, I will be trying to work on any remaining Valkyries. That's the intention of the meeting, to make sure that there are Valkyries already being prepared for the said mission, and hopefully getting those assigned to make sure to see who will be there that day in case we need medical at the after part of it all, for the return of it.
You wanted to talk about?
We most
So
likely will.
hopefully that will come into play.
Also,
Yes, and that's why I'm trying to get some make sure
So,
that's
a
set
good
up.
bit of time.
to make sure that you two are knowledgeable of this as well, should something happen to Aura, I am to take control of every single
Is there anything you
squad in Aura's position. Should something happen to Blitz in a significant enough capacity that are no longer about to lead, their squad is going to be subsumed by ours, and I will also lead both. Should something happen to Sabriel, I believe the same thing occurs, and that I will take control of their squad as well.
And just the what is about yours, is that already planned out, or?
Yes. Should I
Say-
go down, there actually shouldn't be much of a difference for you two, in that Aura will take control. I very much doubt they'll be able to take me down in any significant capacity. They would need to kill me instantly.
If anything, if an emergency happens where most of cavalry gets
So,
Targeted.
he is
I will
playing
most likely, since I have some experience being an officer, I'll take command of what I have and reconnect with whatever cavalry's left.
Yes, I'm counting on that.
That is all
Perfect.
that's important.
However, should the entire leadership structure break, basically, I'm going to be relying on your leadership to get as many wounded and retreat.
Sending stones, and then I will send.
And, speaking of retreat plans... Goodbye, Mel.
Son of a
Speaking
bitch.
of retreat plans, the designated person for the retreat will be myself, given that I can both retreat and attack at the same time, which means we don't need to leave anyone in our squad behind to hold people off,
Once I'm feeling a bit better.
as that was witnessed on the last mission, and slowed down the group.
Which I'm going to be annoying in a second here to the new face.
I'll repeat the same to
Let's head towards
Mel.
the training room. I'll come in a second.
Yeah, why don't you go change and grab my hammer from the room?
What are we doing again?
Sparring.
It's unfortunate. The person who would benefit most from a training exercise like what they're doing would be Koa. You and Mal currently already have experience fighting with each other, and I'm counting on that. I can easily go above you and simply reposition myself wherever best to assist. I don't think I really much need to train any of that. Or test it.
This is true. I
The
know how you
one...
fight.
Yes. We're well aware. Of both of us.
Also you, new face. You're asking
Yes,
questions
dear?
with the new students.
Koa, I don't know too well how to fight, so...
Koa, as far as I can tell, uses his element and his strength primarily for his shield.
Understood. Understood.
Which... he would be the one I'm most worried about, given that he has most likely the most technical position, which is to either switch out with you, or to assist both you and Mal in being fluid and mobile.
Aren't you just feisty? I like.
I know he is mobile. He's used to fighting, in the pits. I know he has a door, shield, same difference. And he can toss it out, and he has a recall rune on it. But that's all I know.
That actually brings up a good point, and that might be useful. He can assist you in making sure you're not easily overwhelmed should Mal not be able to hold off others and you are attacked from multiple sides. It's also quite possible, and I'm hesitant to make too many plans with Koa, given that he's not present, but he is one I want to ask to join our squad. From talking with Sayori, she said she would arrange it. However, things may change, so we may get someone entirely new, which is why I would like to focus on strategies of just the three of us, and they would assist instead of being a critical part.
Fair enough. If anything, we might need to get a mobile Valkyrie, because I don't think there's many Vanguards left.
Should that happen. Right now, I
Unless you wanna
don't.
count on Kyo. I jest.
Should that happen, I currently have no reason to change my selection, given that I have not received a yes or a no from Koa. I'll most likely find out in the coming days.
If anything, if he is confirmed, I will probably ask him to spar when he's around. To get
I would suggest
idea
that.
of how he goes about things.
I would very much suggest that. I will also probably be at least somewhat disconnected, as I am also the backup plan should they have something to mess with sending stones.
I was gonna say, if anything, what would you need of me to do the angelic communication? Would my pin be sufficient enough?
Yes. Preferably a small object that you own. Something I can easily carry without growing too weighty.
That works then.
Ideally, I should never separate from you and the others enough that you should need that sort of communication.
That's fair. It's just in case you need to go high to outreach, let's say lightning or something.
Yes. Additionally, there's more I'll actually have to tell you about the area we're going to. If you want to come with, we're going to the training area.
Oh, why not?
The particular area we're going potentially may have wyverns.
Oh.
So, I'm fairly confident that I alone can suppress most of the aerial units we may encounter. However, if they're incredibly dangerous, such as wyverns are, I may not be able to deal with all of them quickly.
I know how to deal with a wyvern-like creature.
I love the wings. Very nice.
Thank you.
That works.
Nice.
Okay, understood.
No, I was waving hello. I wasn't saying it. I wasn't saying it. No. Yes, I've dealt with boars and other creatures of the north, so at least don't know if wyverns off the top of my head if they can breathe fire. That's the only problem I would have. But the tough skin, I know where to go for.
Unless there are multiple area units that are able to overwhelm me, I can't think of any other reason why I'd be forced to ground.
Fair.
Should I go down with a significant enough injury, I would say it'd be more beneficial for you and the others to protect me in the length of time it would take me to get back into the air than to go assist another squad.
An example would be if you're being chased. Let's say there's two. You'll fly by me. My howl could probably displace at least one.
That's good to know. In which case I will. If you see me fall, simply go to wherever I landed. Most likely by the time you get there, it'll be decently soon to when my regeneration will start. As long as I'm not unconscious, I can continue to defend myself, even if I'm missing a limb.
I'll use wind magic specifically in that scenario then.
I'm unsure how long it would take if you used ice near me for me to get back into the air, but it would definitely make things worse.
Exactly. So unless it is very necessarily, let's say, you know, if there's a God's forbid a commander and they're using fire specifically to dampen that, I'll try to be more ahead away from you, protecting you, dampen the flames. Because I would need to counter.
Yes.
That would be only a specific scenario though.
I don't want to get too bogged down with specific scenarios. Instead, when we can react fluidly to whatever we may encounter.
I wasn't me, I swear.
I think we have enough plans overall. Need more experience, at least fighting with each other.
I understand that your detriment is my detriment in that scenario, so.
I believe I'm just going to
I just need to check on you and Fontaine. That's really it.
I'll check later.
We'll do it tomorrow on our drinking night.
Alright, from the sounds of it, I didn't miss anything tonight, other than the fact that our initial plans have been postponed.
I'm good.
I don't actually know why they're all standing here.
They're just conversing. I actually need to catch Will home, but your conversation was more important. So I need to I'll catch him later when he's done sparring.
Yes, brother.
When you're free, I want to ask you about Pandora.
Should they have me required for anything?
I see.
Anything else
I
you can
see.
inform me?
I do not know.
Actually talk to their teams properly.
I think I've covered all the information adequately enough.
Also,
free now or later?
I have a feeling Mal has a big headache, so he might be back. He might have a bit of an issue.
You guys probably will not be in
I can continue to, or I can grab him later and give him the information he missed.
The amount of people we'd be sending, I'd imagine we'd be spread around.
Are you free now or later?
I am. Well, I am free now.
Do you wanna,
I want to go
Go
outside.
Getting prepared and ready for next week.
Yes. We've already talked extensively.
You can come along, Azalea, if you'd like.
Why not?
I suppose, what exactly are you curious about?
Oh, everything. I know nothing about Pandora.
In the... I suppose in the western part of the Van Isles, there's a continent. On that continent are 3 nations. Serenity Valley, Pandora Driscoll, and Antaria. Antaria is entirely in the north, Serenity in the middle, and Pandora Driscoll in the bottom. Where to start? Pandora and Serenity are old nations. Generally the first to form. Pandora itself is a land completely saturated in dark mana. It is full of, generally, monsters and immoral people. A good example is the fact that most Pandorans, well, they would rob their parents if it got them a little bit of wealth or a little bit of power. There's nothing they won't do to etch out little bits for themselves. There's nothing they won't betray, and there's nothing they won't kill. They've completely broken down as a community and are incapable of trust, either of each other or of any other nation. This is the first leader of Pandora, Kristen. She is the embodiment of dark mana itself. Generally, Pandora is swamps, woods, plains, each of it dark, threatening, and hostile to outsiders, or everyone. A large amount of people go missing in Pandora every year. Pandora is heavily aggressive. They often, starting all the way back into ancient times, back when they were first formed, would attack Serenity. And they did this primarily out of jealousy. They were jealous and hateful of Serenity's prosperity, and so they wanted it for themselves. It's generally a brutal and barbaric nation. Do you have any questions?
why is Kristen, well, Songbird, at our school, if this is the case?
I only just started to actually get information about that. As far as I can tell, the situation is thus. Songbird, and thus the current container for Kristen's soul, was made by her unofficial husband, Mentos, the ruler of Israel. Fortunately, as far as we can tell, actually containing Kristen's soul was a complete accident on Mentos's part. Songbird was not built for that. Instead, she was made to simply be an automaton in the likeness of his dead wife.
Okay, but that still doesn't change the fact that she has Kristen. So...
Yes.
Why is she at the school?
As for why she's at this school currently, I don't know. Other than the fact that she most likely no longer feels safe in Israel.
I wonder why.
Truly a mystery.
Is she like an enemy to Serenity?
Yes.
And is she also a potential enemy to, like, everyone else?
Potentially.
Then why is she at the school?
Because there are some who would disagree with me on that.
Mind shooting.
Is it one of those things where it's like, well, deep down, they're not actually bad? Is it one of those things?
Do you all know what this statue is?
Yes,
Primarily.
It was the statue of Kristen, the first ruler of Pandora Driscoll.
Okay.
The great
It's-
lawmaker, and also the soul inside Songbird, who is currently being housed in Virtue's office.
Yes, I've heard about that.
The decision is primarily in Virtue's hand,
Happy to hear that.
along with Headmistress Kisawa.
I do not expect
Or
Okay,
Kisawi.
I don't know her enough to,
I assume that the person in the
Neither
office
do
is
I.
if that makes sense.
Serenity, first one?
I think that's kind
the first
of
ruler
weird.
Serenity, Zula.
Is she a war criminal?
Father
I always thought this statue was extremely
I guess that depends on your interpretation of the word. She was not convicted.
I do have to admit, this is truly her. She had a...
And I suppose because they're also speaking about it, I can show you the other side of this statue.
Although ideally, it shouldn't have been used if Pandora never attacked in the first place.
Yes, as you may have heard as they were speaking about it, this is now deceased Queen Zula. First leader of Serenity.
She looks cool.
Thank you.
Just like the helmet on and everything.
I was just complimenting about the choice of armor. It was very good.
Yeah, the helmet's really nice.
Though, I do agree with Exalia that I would prefer that it never happened, or not be needed in the first place.
What do you mean?
This statue wouldn't exist if Pandora hadn't attacked. To my current
Oh,
knowledge.
yeah.
You may actually know more about that. I have not asked why this statue exists or why it's on this campus.
I know not the reason either. Well,
I know not
we
the
have two
exact
professors
reason.
behind us.
But I do believe it may be in
Fontaine.
all the different countries that we are protecting.
Fontaine. Fontaine. One of them has like dog ears.
I believe they may be rulers of all of the countries that we are protecting.
Well,
There is
no.
2 here.
Both of these are dead. Well,
Yes. But do they not
previously
encompass
dead.
their country?
I'm unsure as to what you mean. Encompass their country.
It is. When you think of them, do you not think of Serenity?
Hi,
Do you not think
Fontaine.
of Pandora?
Good to see you, man.
Yes. I am curious about why this statue is here on this campus, though. Why not all rulers, then?
Keep in mind, when it comes to, well, any of the statues here, that's more of a question for Virtues or the headmistress, because to the best of my knowledge, when I asked, it was more along the lines of, well, my best assumption was maybe it was individuals that possibly the headmistress was at least close to, or even revered in some way, but
How
that's
fucking
neither
old
here
is
nor
she?
there. I'm not too sure. Keep in mind, these statues were here even before I got to the school.
Interesting.
Long before I worked here as a librarian, this school has been around, and well, the one time I did visit this school before actually starting to work here, the statues were still here, albeit, well, this one's a lot more weathered away over the years. It was more of like, think of it more like a marble in the sense of, well, more like a lighter marble color, closer to like gray or white, but over the years the stone has worn out and, well, it has definitely seen some better days. At least the metal has, well, held up more or less, which is good.
Exalio,
That's me. Hello.
do you have that moment that I can ask you my question?
Of course.
Probably.
I also would just like to speak with you, Mal.
Okay. Let me get this out of the way.
Well, yes. Well, the statues, again, that's only my best assumption, is that for the headmistress having them here is possibly it's just individuals that she either revered or possibly knew. I'm not too sure how much she has traveled in her line of work since she used to be a royal guard, so I'm not too sure exactly how much she has traveled around the Van Dials in the time
To
of
which
her
nation?
service before she gosh, I'm trying to remember. I want to say Mythins, but I'm not too sure.
I wasn't aware Headmistress
Virtues is-
potentially had a close relationship to all of the rulers.
I'm trying to remember exactly. She was. My goodness, I cannot remember where exactly she was from, actually. Do you remember which nation it was that the headmistress is from? Because I know she served as a royal guard, but I forget under which nation. I believe it was Mythins, but I can't quite remember.
It was Mythins because at one point the Eternia, Kyria and Mythins went to war and that accident happened that caused the little desert area.
Yes. Okay, so I did remember correctly, it was Mythins. But, yes, in regards to the headmistress, who knows, maybe she did know any of the individuals of these statues personally. Not too sure, though. Again, they were mostly asking about the statues, and I informed them that, I mean, these have been here even before I started working here, so... As for, well, why the headmistress has them. My only speculation is that either individuals she revered or knew personally, and just wanted to memorialize as, I guess, a memento. Oftentimes people will try to, or not try, but oftentimes individuals will want to at least have some semblance of memory of maybe someone who they looked up to or who possibly they even worked alongside.
That follows. Thank you.
And of course, we're able to find Mr. Idris.
Yes, he was in the alchemy.
Alright then. I need to make sure I inform him of...
Does that answer all your questions?
Yep.
Yeah. I think I have
It
more
also answers the
questions,
ones
but
I
you
have.
can't answer them. I say, Ori.
I should probably ask, did you guys need us for anything else?
Not particularly.
Gotcha.
Crab. I got so upset when the incubus was like, it's so nice to meet both of you, and I was just sitting on Sabriel's shoulder like, what about me?
I did not think they realized you were not a familiar.
I don't think so either.
Perhaps the uniform would have tipped them
that I
off.
walked past that I have never... Uh-huh.
Perhaps the uniform would have given them a clue.
I was in my crab form.
Now your comment makes more sense.
Yeah.
You should get a small uniform for your crab form, so that way it is easier to distinguish you from a familiar, as you do kind of resemble them.
Yeah, it wasn't last week, but the week before, I think it was the week before, 2 weeks ago, it might have been 3 weeks ago, whatever, Rupert saw me in my crab form and said, oh, if you belong to who I think you belong to, they'll find you, and I'm like, oh, I'm not a familiar. I feel like if you know me beforehand, it's kind of like, well, I feel like if you know me like, if you meet me while I'm a crab, it makes sense, but I feel like if you know beforehand that I'm a crab, and you see some pink little crab walking around, you can put the two together.
Yes.
My back hurts.
How has the Lord been doing, by the way? Has he been silent?
Yeah, he's been quiet. Yeah, he's still quiet. I'm kind of surprised. I was having a conversation with someone earlier, and I'm like, I feel like this is something that Lord would pipe in on, but he was quiet.
He is sleeping.
Probably. Or whatever the fuck he does, I don't know. I was having a what is it called? Meditation session with Kokuri Stone and then the deer lady. I don't know her name.
You don't know her name.
And I don't know her name. She's really nice though, but we were learning how to meditate.
Sorry about that, Uranus. What is it you wish to discuss about? Does it need to be less noisy?
You were taken when I was just dispersing information to you and Nikos. Of
yes.
We went back to meditating. It's really weird.
When it comes to should the order of retreat be given, there's no need to stagger or delay. I can easily cover all of our retreats while also retreating myself, given that I can attack from range while facing the wrong direction. Evidently in the last mission,
I do have the capability of doing that.
if you are also capable, yes. Mostly, the thing we want to avoid is someone breaking pace with the group and being left behind and slowing the entire group down to go get them. That apparently occurred on the last mission.
Understood.
And then also, the last thing I believe was leadership structure. Should Aura go down, I will take control of the entire operation. Should Blitz or Sabriel go down, Most likely, they will either have second-in-commands or I will subsume them into our squad, and we will move as a individual unit until the leaders are healed.
Evacuate's not the right word. Retreat.
Understood.
What we could do is if there's injured...
Should I go down, if I'm actually taken out of the air, I'm going to need all of you to be able to protect me for long enough for me to regenerate and get back up into the air. I shouldn't be too far from you for that to be an issue to get to me. Should that also happen, Aura shall be present with us and will take control of all of you in my absence. I believe that about covers everything. The overall structure of the squads is that, or our squad, is you and Nikos, with Koa and myself supporting that foundation. I am banking off of the teamwork I witnessed of both of you during the tournament.
I feel like my fighting style is very supportive of a lot of people. Strike afterwards when someone else is finished striking, to at least keep continuous pressure onto them. But granted, I am not quite sure of my established fighting styles. So I'm unsure about how it's viewed from another person about my fighting style.
The good thing is that with Koa, as the last member of our intended squad, is that he can also act as a wall, same as Lycos. With primarily you and myself being able to be more fluid and change who we are fighting at a moment's notice. Or you can go behind them and directly support.
Understood.
Overall, I'll be attempting to conserve mana throughout the entire operation.
Would you prefer I do the same as well in case of needing to more focus on the healing of people that cannot regenerate themselves?
I would say only take a shot if you think you can hit it. Less focusing about healing versus offensive and more missing is wasted mana. And I don't believe we will have the ability to afford that, considering how long distance and length of this operation.
Mana should be the least of concern for myself because of my mana regeneration. I should be more concerned about my stamina, more so than anything else. But I understand that you're news, and I will follow that as best as I can.
Good. I'm not attempting to give you very specific orders throughout all this, given that you two have experience, especially already fighting this. I'll be giving orders when I feel they're necessary. Overall, I don't want to micromanage you all.
Understood.
Is there a lesson?
No, I just think there are people having spars for the most part.
Family altercations have kept me away since the tournament.
Good. You're holding the shield more correctly now.
Great
Balance
question.
it with your weight without setting yourself off.
Fair enough. I'm back, Nico.
Especially against someone smaller than you like me.
Be aware.
Good.
Testing limits in your upper, they might go berserk. So
Fucking hurts.
everyone's being cautious and
Job.
council those things. So you know, just be cautious. I would like to ask my question.
utilize your hand. If someone's past your shield, utilize that, not the shield. The shield is good at keeping people from afar, but not getting too close. Especially if you're fighting more than just one opponent. If you're focusing on using your shield for offense, someone else can easily get the stab on you. Deep breaths. 1, 2, 3. You know, strength and size against me. All I have is my own scale. And my own life.
Everything done well, Mr. Innes?
I would say so.
Wonderful.
My squad is caught up on leadership structures, backups.
Remember.
That's good.
Deep breaths. Calm and read your
And they're aware that,
strike when there's no
or they're aware of the plan should we have to retreat. No heroics.
Good.
That is when it's appropriate to strike like that. The less you move the shield away from you, the better. Even when using it offensively. Hang on, my nose stopped bleeding there. Good job, Europa. Deep breaths. 1, 2, reset your breathing. You shouldn't be panting on the field, else you'll risk your stamina out. Ground your breathing. Think clearly and level-headed when you're pushed against your limits.
A doll. Actually,
Deep breath. Good.
Badal currently holding an element.
Reset your breathing.
Darkness.
Getting hit with near you, the things you're fighting
mist
for.
and
Do not let go of those things.
Blitz exhales.
But don't let yourself either.
Ah. So this is primarily mental training then.
Do you need a break now?
Mental and limit training. They're trying to make sure that they won't go berserk. Even if they're using one of the elements they're more afraid of, apparently.
Good.
Which is honestly a good call to
Now we
do
can
this
ramp this
kind
up
of
a
training
bit.
now.
Keep your breathing
To
calm,
ensure we won't
alright?
be surprised if this
Even when you get
situation arises
aggressive.
on the field.
Yes, but their primary issue and their primary problem, especially if they're fighting for their own control of their mind, is the fact that they're not going to be watching their endurance at all. If they're just throwing themselves around in heavy armor with heavy equipment, they're going to tire themselves out.
Completely fair.
They need to learn to move as slow as necessary.
Maybe I should go and do some target practice a little bit.
Your nether's covered. You know, literally all I can punch right now, and I'm sorry. But I don't think you're gonna have any children after this. Deep breath.
That would most likely be good.
Don't even that.
However, overall,
Don't get pissed off by my words. Again, the
your position is more going to be controlling the flow.
Let's the green hairs didn't be a reminder of
Indeed.
anger would make them let go of themselves.
However, any shots that you can hit will be useful.
Deep breath. Reset your breathing. Continue again.
One of our biggest issues throughout the entire operation is going to be mana conservation.
Shield only.
Which is why I'm trying to look into getting us more mana potions.
I can go much harder if I don't have to worry about how much mana I'll have after every engagement.
will be life and death. Do not be the cause of your comrades.
The mending runes are basically good as secured already, at least. So
The
that's
risk of not
issue
following through
solved.
but being defensive.
Good.
Good with your swings, you made it so it's harder to take a risk.
But doll, if you're going to run with a shield, put it in front of you. The weight is going to counterbalance your sprint if you do not.
Exactly.
It also helps you with a charge.
Additionally, your biggest focus while you're dealing with mental strain isn't going to be losing control of rage. Control your endurance, how much stamina you're expending. You're in full armor with heavy equipment. If you grow too tired to move, you will die. Move as slow as necessary. Only do a bull rush if you genuinely think it'll surprise an opponent.
Or if there's a collateral group of them, you can force
Exactly. The more frustrated you get, your breathing becomes ragged. The more ragged it is, the more stamina you're expending. Breathing both utilizes your stamina and centers your mind.
You are a wall. You are not faster than your opponent, you are more durable than them. Do not try and beat them in speed.
Make the risk that they must take outnumber the cause they should do. Good. I got your side instead of the sentry map. Good. Protect key points of interest. Take less risk that way. When I have to risk more, I know to go for more points.
I would have liked to be able to run trainings with my squad, but we're missing the only member that it actually matters for.
And same for mine.
Which is unfortunate.
Blitz. That would have been painful.
I think I've been moving around. I've been moving like a clock around, but
Well, it shows that Blitz is too focused right now. Watch the breath, Blitz.
Come on. When someone's up close, what do you do?
Badal, you are using a tower shield that nearly touches the ground. Use the ground to hold its weight when you want to rest. Slam it down into the ground and move forward.
don't put all your strength to keep it in one place. Use your body weight and planting it down. It saves you more stamina and energy to use for later.
Now I have one last test I want to try on you. Keeping that in mind, try to keep your balance, dear, alright? So I specialize in making people lose their footing.
What is that?
Read your opponent, prepare to guard, keep your balance. Includes using gravity on your side, don't let me weaponize it against you, okay? Careful.
You killed them, Blitz. Good job.
You sent him to the void! I went for the knee! You sent him to the void! I said prepare yourself! You can't blame me for this! You sent him so
You're a murderer.
You sent his soul
You
down
see
to the
that like it's a
void.
brand new thing to me.
Oh, were there any murders you'd like to confess to?
This is a murder. This is a murder.
No.
We just witnessed a murder here.
This is a murder. Alright, we
Any specific murders you want to confess to? Now that you've brought up the subject. Oh, they live. You lose the title.
All you missed was the back of the knee, and then we stopped there. Ready to reset in 3?
Badal, slow down your movements with the tower shield. You're wasting energy. You're moving far too wildly.
Plant the shield.
It's incredibly heavy.
The arena can take it. Don't worry about it. Virtues and Fontaine can fix it.
We ignore what just happened then. Nothing happened.
Yes, make them both work. They're lazy anyways.
Well, I mean, they might need to have to fix that one. We'll use the tower shield on there a couple times.
Good job!
Oh, you're having our spar.
Wait a second.
Hold on. Maybe if I call one of them enough they'll appear. Fontaine.
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 Ah, fuck.
Yes.
Hey, just to let you know, that area over there, that arena over there needs beds.
Well, home and I had a spar. He used the tower shield on it.
I am the honor drunk.
Look, if I touch this arena and Virtues is like, oh, you messed up one thing, I'm not going to hear the end of it.
You want me to leave? You want me to
He
go
cares
away?
about
You want me
this
to come
arena
you?
just like I care about the library.
Yeah, he kind of, well, also hit me with his dark hammer, so my face hurts, but still.
I will admit, it is really fun to
Please
play
don't leave.
your
Also, you
fucking
why
among the
did you call me
shadow.
over? Was it just for
It's a lot
that?
of fun.
Yes.
Alright, give me a
And we
second.
missed your company.
In a good way.
Give me a second. I have to go back and get my coat because finally it. Chambers was able to actually get it finally cleaned up.
Again, if you want to be defended, just stay close to me so I don't hit you with one of my reflects.
That feels so much
You have a
better.
much bigger weapon. You know Blitz is going to go in and leave. Make a wider swing if you know that he is going to dodge. Try your best to predict your opponent.
We'll make a feint and then quickly redirect.
Let's try being offensive now, dear, okay? You've shown that you can defend and counter when people take a risk, but how do you take a risk yourself?
You adapt well.
Adapt when you need to.
I'm being offensive this time.
Weapons, not elements. The brand new shield, I need to know if you can use it, of course, well, under distress. You make this shield too easy to dodge, dear. You're better with countering it, but when you go on the offense, you wait it too wide. Good against big enemies. Again, I'm small.
You are predictable when you're charging forward with it. It's very easy to see where you're going.
Adapt and utilize. That is how we survive in this world. You should know this. If the way you're swinging won't work, adapt how you swing and charge. That's why Lance kicks my ass a lot. We keep adapting to each other and it's obnoxious all hell.
You having fun?
They can talk.
You having fun?
If you're on the field and your
Yes.
teammates are dying,
Currently just
but you're waiting too much.
taking mental notes, really.
I'm so here.
Patience is a virtue, but it's not being impatient enough to let people die around you. Read quick.
Calming potion just in case of Europa needs
You
it.
need to be more quick on your feet when reading.
Fair enough.
So curious to watch this.
Hmm.
Just interesting to see how this goes.
So far, they're holding it well.
Yes, me, you, and Gio, all three of us have one. Just in case. Luckily, this isn't the first time I've dealt with this. No? Oh yeah, that's right. I was standing next to you just in case the bullets went to blow his breath at you again.
Sorry, repeat that.
But the blood in your body.
I didn't realize it was to me in the beginning.
I'm standing next to you just in case the bullets wants to blow his breath at you again.
Deep breaths.
That's why
Do not be the
I appreciate it.
apply to your race.
I'd actually distanced myself from you somewhat so I could throw up my light shield.
Your one word.
Exhale. Counts of 3 and slow. Center your mind and center.
Could also simply walk backwards now that I know its limit.
Lest your wrath make you live with nothing but regrets.
Appreciate the offer, though.
It'll be your last time, since you have a losing effect again. So make it count, and then we'll call it that.
It's literally just a giant hammer.
There you go. Look out there, since you were losing yourself again. Oh, my fucking nose.
Disperse your element, Badal.
Come over here, Blitz, and I can fix it.
I'm moving out of the way if he's dispersing.
Do you think you can get rid of it on your own, or do you require a win?
When you disperse, are you just going to release it generally upwards, or is it going to release it in an area?
Into their clouds. Then they release it once they no longer need it.
Small area. Not an issue then.
You're good. Keep breathing. Focus on the fact that you're back. Just hit if you need to. Yeah, let's get you to the edge of the area.
Magnificent work, Europa. The armor is also quite complimentary. Start to the blacksmith.
Do not push yourself too much. I know that was troubling for you to withstand. An interesting display.
You're fine.
They're training for the...
Heal yourself, or do you need
I believe the only time that is a worry is when they absorb the type of element. I believe dark has an adverse effect due to its element.
Yes. Generally, that is just an effect of dark mana. Additionally,
I am not surprised.
well, it's additional training as well
Yes.
for Europa and the Tower Shield.
A very interesting weapon, but a very good one.
Given that Tower Shields are not intended to be used offensively, at least for the vast majority of individuals. Is there another spar happening?
Not a spar, it's a test.
Well, you missed it, because it happened behind you. However, you missed it, because it happened behind you. However, whatever that was reached almost up to me. I don't know what it just did to you.
I did not even notice it.
No, that's good. Oh, that has we're still getting used to doing that more often.
What was that?
I would offer healing, but you already said healing stock action plus stock.
body actually regenerates with dark mana. But if you play dark healing, it's regenerating from your dark mana. But then you're also healing while it's trying to regenerate. So then it has complications. Yeah, that's something.
That is good to hear.
I don't know either.
One more time.
Impressive work.
I was asking what that was.
What was?
Whatever that test was.
They kept getting a bit uncertain with it. And they did not like using dark and lightning, and then I realized with how you described some of the cultists, what happens if he's hit by dark magic?
Not that test. I was referring to what you just did with Winter.
Oh, see how his thing affected dark mana. Since mine typically sticks to the ground and flows like a air kind of... It's darkness, but it kind of, you know, fills the air. But his
The martial
disturbs
arts
the air.
stance I learned from Ironwood.
That was a stance.
Take my pants off. I'll be right
Please
back.
don't ask me how to explain it. Go to Ironwood.
Good luck, Winter. I believe
All the explanation I need. Also, Blitz!
Yeah, let me take my pants off. What is it? What do you want?
Ignoring what you just said. Watch your breath. You nearly hit me.
However, there is no malice behind these words.
It does have a little bit of splash. And it hit something.
Yes, there is room to
Still getting used to this.
It would have hit me. I was able to just move to the side.
Apologies on that.
You will learn.
I'll be honest, I did not expect such a crowd when trying to help Europa with that.
Large figure in armor. It attracts attention.
How things go.
Okay.
Good.
That's fair. That's not excusing the
At least I
unassuming
would say it
with that
went
thing, but
well enough.
I was more focused on making sure, paying attention when
Also,
Europa was
quickly
about to
test out
cast, and paying
something.
attention to his
Testing to see
breathing.
if the stance Ironwood taught me also pushes back the air.
So I kind of had to
but
focus
figured I'd make sure.
severely on that.
Hmm.
Now, if you excuse me, I'm putting my skirt on because I left it over there.
You know what,
I'm
actually,
tired of
I should go find
I
Stone.
see.
I need to tell him something.
Stone was somewhere over there.
Stone is currently in a match.
Thank you. Fuck.
Yeah, you're gonna have to wait
I mean, you can
anyways.
spectate and talk to him afterwards when he's done.
No.
Is that a mace?
Until then, from what I've seen,
Yeah, he has a
Yes.
mace
I
now.
have full confidence in
Yeah, he has a mace.
that you will be able to do what is needed of us.
Where are you? Maze, Morningstar.
Greetings, dears.
I believe yes, technically it's a morning star. I'm unsure of where a morning star lies in the Mace family.
I believe basically the difference between a maze and a morning star is, well, morning star is a literal pipe with a ball at the end that's just spiky, while a maze, you know,
She's smart.
doesn't have the spikes.
I see.
Oh gosh, that's a lot of dark man.
Still better than Sayori's domain.
Well, originally I was planning to go over there and watch. I've rescinded that idea.
Yeah.
And it's lasting.
Oh yeah, no, that lasts for a while.
That's fair. No, we're in it for a
Europa.
large amount. I'm just not going over there anymore. Understood.
Your primary concern, especially when you're wearing this heavy equipment, is going to be endurance. Especially if you plan to go on long treks through mountainous area.
What's your question? The fuck you asking?
Other than that, you simply need more experience with your tower shield. Good job.
The only person, the only person who hasn't picked.
I'm not sure how much I can trap.
The only person who hasn't picked a team yet is the white dog.
Okay, then I need to discuss with Geo something to know if she's not already aware.
Should I ask what created that large amount of dark mana?
It is the dark user. I do not know her name. It is her.
Well, I wish you would not do that again.
No.
Simply die, Lycos.
Hey, Arnes.
Hello. I saw the large cloud of dark mana and wanted to come over here.
Did I finally get a stamina user down?
You hit me with my weakness several times. Yeah, I am exhausted.
Oh, is that why you were laying out? You're both too injured to move?
Hammer.
I'm just relaxing. Hey, Virtue's hammer hits like a truck. Don't blame me. He gave it to me. I want it.
You hit me once with that. You hit me once with that.
I want a fair and square and a gamble. I wanted the great sword. You're lucky I didn't grab the great sword.
I got hit several times.
Actually, you know what? His bow would have been nice too, actually.
Next time.
I might challenge him again. Where is he?
I don't think you have the energy for that now,
This is your 5-minute warning. 5 minutes left.
If I could win another weapon, that'd be so funny.
That way though.
Oh no, I'll ask him later. I gotta.
Well, maybe notify him that too. Well, actually, I've been a victim of its attack, so.
What the fuck? Ashura?
Still victim.
Yeah.
What the hell? That's like the same. This is probably a Monster Hunter thing.
I just missed his handle.
Should someone alert Virtues that 2 members of Centurion are currently out for the goddamn count?
We're not out of the count. I'm ready to keep going. Kinda. I just gotta get some more energy.
You still need a little break.
Yeah, that's true. I don't think we need to ensure anything. I think we just gotta rest.
I'm in pain.
Yeah.
I
You'll
needed
be
that.
fine. Yeah.
I needed that fight.
Ugh, just wait until I make the elemental gauntlet.
No, fuck.
I'm gonna call it the ELM gauntlet. Just can you? I already tested it a little bit with some users that can use oh, what was their name? I don't. They're not here right now, but they could use Earth, and I gave them an Earth crystal, and they were able to make the gauntlet bigger into an Earth fist. It was pretty cool.
I can do ice and lightning experiments with it if you want.
I would love that, actually. I have some loaded up in it right now. I just don't want to use it because I kind of broke the gauntlet punching the wall, and then it blew up the gauntlet.
Stone.
But very bad.
You are using a momentum weapon. Keep it moving.
I know. Keep going. Few minutes left.
Yeah, who knew that light and dark crystals don't like touching each other?
Anyone who's aware of either element?
Yeah, I kind of assumed.
That was a big hit.
It's a good. Stone loves that no. Nice it is. That morning star.
I'm glad that's contained in that barrier.
Oh, absolutely. I'd be dreading it if it wasn't.
They can release this large amount of dark mana
Surprisingly, yes.
multiple times.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh!
Who's winning in the fight?
I can't see anything.
Oh, never mind then.
He was on the ground. He had her on her knees for a moment.
Can you see through all the dark mana?
I can't see at all.
Hmm.
I have tremor sense and magic sense. I can feel where they are at all times.
Yeah.
Explains the bare feet.
Correct. No point wearing shoes if they're gonna hinder me.
Does that mean flying people are your weakness?
Unfortunately, yes.
Good thing I learned how to levitate.
That's fucked up.
Learn how to levitate's great and all. I can still sense magic.
Remaining.
Oh.
Yeah, I know.
I'm making rocket gauntlets and boots for...
In which case, it would mostly be in an area like this, where the air itself is saturated in mana, and then also someone flying inside it.
That sounds beautiful.
That would be an issue.
Do you?
We can make some people who don't have fire magic with fire runes.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta make a mass order of gas mask for this week, though, because we're gonna use Europa as a nuclear bomb, or a catalyst, I guess.
Fucking what?
Oh yeah, we're gonna. Everybody thinks it's too bad. I weapon. Did I tell you I weaponized bullets in Europa's?
20 seconds.
No.
Flame again. You have to see it.
I'm concerned.
Is that a third usage of the giant cloud?
Like, I'm concerned but intrigued.
You know, I mean, the causes can't be hindering us if they're sleeping and seeing the worst nightmare at the same time, right?
3,
They would literally be just a cuddling mess on the ground. Plus it's dark, so if they're also awake, it'd be terrifying.
Bring it down. Yeah, that sounds beautiful.
Yeah. Calm. Now I gotta make gas masks for everyone.
Whoever has controlled this barrier, leave it on until this cloud is dispersed.
You're good.
I have like 30 masks.
I don't think they're going to do that. I'm moving away.
You good. You good. Is she calm? Good fight.
Calm enough, yeah. Alright.
Yeah, that ain't no joke. She hits hard, man.
You gonna be checking on her? Is she unconscious? Anything?
Yup.
Okay.
Is there any reason why she lost her calm?
Any visible markings, injuries?
Bunch of like bruises. No broke blood though, luckily.
I'm gonna need a hand.
Bill, you said you
I
knew
got you,
how to do
Yes.
portal runes and stuff. Are you looking into it?
But no, luckily.
Gonna look into it at some point, yeah.
If you do, or you know how to do levitating though, right? Like telepathy, kind of
Yeah.
controlling things, like attach it to a thing
Alright,
and move it around.
Do you mind? Take her to...
Not really. I
Yes,
can
Stone.
do it myself if
take her
things
to...
near me.
I don't want to shoot
If I put it on weapons, could I levitate the weapons?
They're gonna want to
Actually,
use
no,
that
because
exit.
It's only a minor rune, not major. So it
No.
didn't.
So
I
need to
wanted
learn
to
major
test it out before I. Yeah.
I'll let the professors
I
know.
learned minor first because I wanted to test it out before I dedicated a large amount of time. to
Stone.
Yeah, take her to the clinic.
studying
And
major.
she should be fine. No, nothing major.
I have an idea
We're
for
gonna
the
move, okay?
ultimate
She's just
move, like I think I told you about.
knocked
before.
out.
Yeah, I got her. I was
Yeah,
the one who
walking
did it. I might as
armory.
well fix
I
the
wanna be part
problem.
of the walking bastion, so I can just summon portals.
Is there any reason why she lost her calm in the middle of the spar?
That sounds beautiful. Why is not
We can
Why
talk
are they
about that
doing
later.
that magic
I don't think that's
thing?
important right now.
Oh, it's because they're working on their covering fire.
I'll get back to you on that one.
What am I looking at?
Cover fire.
Yep, that thing's actually.
And they've shrunk.
Honestly, it's a pretty good and disposable field. I think it'd even give you a run for your money. Try to punch through it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean,
We're going to have another. We're going to end up spawning in Archon has swag. You better have improved.
I need to hide from your like your bullshit dark magic thing. I hate your suck
Punch him with a
ray.
water shield,
Suck
I guess.
balls. Fuck that suck ball.
I cannot make a water shield.
That?
It is anti-system.
Are you more settled now, after the discussion?
Yes and no.
You have more trust in the overall plan, but you're a little bit more anxious about your own performance?
Yes and no. I have more context, I have more information. However, it's hard to stop my brain from going over every single what if that I can think of, even though I can't possibly know all the what ifs. And
Yes.
trying to answer them all will not do me any favors. But my brain still does it, so.
That's something that you're most likely going to deal with throughout your entire tenure. It's very easy to get lost in the what-ifs. However, over-specializing for scenarios leads to lack of reaction.
Makes you less flexible.
Yes.
I can't help but be... I just can't help it. I just do it.
If you can't avoid it
That's why I usually try to
altogether,
focus on other
make them useful. Gather your various what-if scenarios and see if you can extract something useful for them, like a general scenario. One person goes down. If this is present in several what-ifs, it becomes prevalent. Make a plan for it. Don't focus on each what-if, but start gathering them. See if there's something that sticks out, something that's common in all of them, or a larger issue that's present in all of them. That's something useful, something to plan against. And that's how you can turn it into a strength.
Most people don't have mana cancellation spells. My mana
That's a good idea.
is vicious from what I've had it described to me.
How has your testing gone with mana
I
sight?
should. I haven't really had much progress.
It's one of the hardest abilities to, I suppose, activate for the first time. It's more drawn out of a situation that desires it, rather than consciously trying to desire it. It can still be done, but your abilities know you better than you know them.
What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Don't you smack your lips at me.
I have made a little bit of a plan for trying to learn to fly.
Have you?
Tiny little plan.
What is it?
Virtuous gave me the idea of you know the step near the center of the main room where we go down to the classroom?
Yes, I do.
It's big enough that if I were to hop off of it, it would... I could tell if I was actually trying to, like, glide or anything, but it's small enough that it doesn't make me freak out. It's smaller than even this. So, he suggested trying to do little hops off of that and see if I can figure out anything.
I want to learn to fly. Do you think I could?
I would recommend it.
Go later.
I mean, your fingers are webbed. You could. I'm kidding. I don't know.
Generally, the way angels are taught to fly, at least in my family, is less of a learn how to not fall and more learn how to take off. Learn how to generate lift.
I think that would be better and less anxiety-inducing.
It would involve flapping your wings.
How do you learn to do that? Well, I mean, I can flap them, but nothing happens.
It's more of
Even,
going
like,
through the
flap them
motions.
and jump, and it doesn't really do much.
Maybe you should study aerodynamics. You might have like a deformed wing or something.
My wings are not deformed, thank you.
I don't know. They could be.
That's insulting.
I need to meet and say hello to.
Oh, I was the little crab on her shoulder earlier.
Oh my
I'm good.
God, it's so cute. Little Matt. Okay, never mind. I thought those were like little tiny eyes right there. In the middle. Honestly.
Let's need you for something.
Damn it! I was just saying it's okay.
Can I
I'll meet
finish
you
meeting
another
this person first?
So long, okay, I'll miss you.
He gave me a thumbs up.
The way he said it made it seem like it was actually like a problem, and I was concerned.
These are
for
my eyes. This is a mask.
Wait, which one were the eyes again?
The pink, the like dark pink.
Damn. I was hoping for the little bits and mass. Damn it. Okay, that's cool. That's
Oh, no, it's okay. I'm not that much of a crab in my humanoid form. I'm more crab in
That's fair. Okay.
Hi, I'm Edis.
Well, it's a
What's your
pleasure to
name?
meet you. I'm all
Nice to meet you
Cox.
too.
Yes. Apparently my damn mentor was mimicking me around the campus. How dare he?
Okay.
Is that what he?
He's referring to Winter.
Yeah.
I heard you were from Yanchi.
Yes. Oh, nice. Well, I'm sure you know, my father,
Maybe.
Alphonse, Valis.
Maybe. I didn't really,
Probably.
go outside much.
Yep, I'm not actually touching it.
So I don't know a lot of
They're
names
mostly
or
around the
anything.
hobby.
He's one of the monarchs that leads the harbor there, or the Shehal Harbor.
I haven't touched the harbor until I left.
Fair.
Yeah, I lived on a rock farm, and then that's kind of just all I
Best
stayed
you gotta
in.
know is that both my family and the Fontaines own the harbor. They're up above the
Okay.
nobles.
Okay, I understand. I'm gonna go see a Blitz once in a while, but it's nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you as well. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Have fun. You must be
It's actually
the
crazy
angel
how
that I
much he
hear
enjoys
so many good things about.
Like, Archon gave it to me, but
You speaking to me?
That fight's looking good. Yeah. That fight's
Oh,
going really
have you?
Ooh, they have a unique weapon. Yes.
They're both very
Really good
focused.
friends with Nico's.
Are you?
Yeah.
Do the wave.
That does explain what I saw earlier.
Mm-hmm.
If I remember correctly, you're one of the few members of cavalry I have not met.
Indeed. That was one of the first years. I came in with the Bronze of the Force. Email and Nikos and then Ryga. Etc. I like their weapons. Lances.
They're primarily Magitech.
I can tell he's
I
enjoying
hear so much
himself.
about Magitech. I need to get myself Magitech. Since I'm a runic user, not arcane.
there you go.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome back.
Was it important?
Kinda.
Oh,
Well,
Do you
I
like
want
my
to so
girl
badly
uniform?
sit here and meet you, but I want you to concentrate and learn about the fight, and I have to go actually, sadly.
Go do that. Do what you need to do.
Yeah. So sad. I didn't want to leave so soon, but I have to. It's okay. There's always
okay.
next time. It's okay. Yes, it's okay.
Wait, so small.
Anyways,
This is not a
toodaloo.
good idea. I found
Hi.
Have a good evening.
Sabriel.
Huh?
Sabriel, do you like my feminine uniform?
Why do you have so many bows?
Look at my hair.
Oh, that's actually really cute with the bow in your hair.
Yeah,
Actually,
I learned a little bit of sewing just to like adjust my clothing, and I wanted to put bows on it, but then I ran out of bows.
I should create the Pelham crest in actuality. Put it on my back.
I wanted 3 on each side. I could have done 2 on each, but I wanted 3. I was very picky about it, but this is fine.
You also find like a different material to make the bows out of if you wanted to.
You threw it down, and now it bounced.
You could make like blue bows,
Give it here.
and then
I
you
can
have some
make
blue to
themed
counteract your
bows.
pink.
I have like a little Sabriel bow, and then I can have a little Blitz bow, and then I can have a little Europa bow, and then a little... Irenaeus, can I inspire a bow off of you?
You failed. It's like this.
What? I was paying attention to the fight. I wasn't listening to you at all. What?
I wanted to make bows that are like based off of my friends, because I think that would be cute. Can I have a bow that's inspired by you?
What would you do to the bow?
Just have it on my boot.
How would it be inspired from me?
I can make a design of it based off of how you look.
You failed again. Good. Thank God.
Feel free.
Yay! I can have an Irenaeus bow. I can have
Looks like it's ended.
Azalea bow.
Or is he readjusting?
Have a
Well, he's readjusting the boots. Sometimes he has to.
He immediately flipped it on me, but the more time between each stash makes it a little more predictable on where he's gonna come from.
I don't think any of the gems are hurt, so it's fine.
Menace, you know the game we played back home? Some teach Nako tag. The tag. The one that
I come from missions, I know this game.
Bori's the ball tag champion of Neptune. Fuck you.
Yeah, you're right, Boris.
I really noticed that when it comes to somebody grabbing your arm,
You should play ball tag. Come on, you
Hey, guess what?
come join it.
There's a reason why I'm the champion.
It's really
not.
Oh my god.
It's a bit tricky to what the hell?
You're not the champion until you fight Bori, okay?
I'm about to say, Blitz, here's the thing though. There's a reason why I'm so good at it.
I'm just with your foot. I'm scared.
I think I'm more upset that I still haven't gotten a Sparsoran since we got here.
That was drowned out. Can you repeat that?
I was more talking to myself, you're fine. You're good.
You insist.
Sorry, it's harder for me to hear on my right or on my left side.
I was saying, there's nothing stopping you from asking him to do so.
Some point.
I attacked your brain directly.
What is happening? You didn't attack them right between the neck.
I attacked their brain directly.
You made us get so.
I just realized I was playing ball tag with you. It didn't register me that you're
I do.
Remember, last time Bori won is because the female equivalent is the chest apparently. That's the only reason why she won last time.
It's what I'm saying. It's not really a good example of however, in the future.
You cut my head!
Because you hit back here, it disconnects any other motor functions.
Was it insightful?
That's not the right ball shape!
It was. I'm attempting to see in Selrin's position how to change the outcome.
Well, I mean in terms of precision. Just because they have weapons, no one is forced to understand.
Actually, I've thought of one method.
Oh gosh, a great purge.
Oh. I don't know why, but sometimes the world just deletes 8 people randomly.
Yeah, so it would seem.
Look, the VR gods are a perfectly balanced game. That's all I can say.
Totally. The gods of the Euroverse.
Totally not. Doesn't
Selrin,
Yes.
there is actually something that you could have done there.
Chance to know if Professor Fontaine is still around.
If I remember correctly from your composition, your entire body is as durable as the rest of it, right? There's no more durable or less durable areas? Other than your core.
No, not necessarily.
In that case, there's actually very little benefit.
said.
Is something wrong?
It would be no practice for him, though, if I just dug my feet in and gritted down.
Well, it could teach him to fight an opponent that will attack at the same time he is attacked without bothering to block.
I've done this the other 2 times we've sparred. This was merely a practice in relation to show them how I handle a fast opponent, and equally for him to practice how consistently he can dash like that.
I see.
How frequently he... what?
In that case, I joined midway through it, so I wasn't aware of the goal, or the fact that it was a unique goal.
No, your point is still understood, and
I was simply watching and seeing what I would do to change the outcome.
It takes Lance up to 30 before he starts getting nauseous and dizzy, which is good to note for reference.
Honestly, yeah.
that is still rather high quantity, so...
This is my normal size.
It still is, but it's also the factor he had to put in between the fire blades to kind of balance himself out. Before getting into lethality, which is good to know. It took him, I think, 10 before the first fire. And that's how much it was in between. Pretty good for noting.
It hurts a lot, you know.
So we have to lead him. We can know how much we can push him.
It gave me an equal reference as to how often I need to switch back and forth, as it tends to differ based on the damage I'm taking.
Yes. Why do Fane have weak chests?
That's a good question. Why do
Fluff? Enough answer for me.
I'm sorry.
Because that's where the exoskeleton is thinnest.
Your feet. There you go. Your foot twisted for a second.
I stand like
good
this.
now.
Before next week.
No, it's your back foot twisted the other way for a second.
I suppose.
Morale is just as important as other things.
Not able. If you have any other points in terms of the fight, feel free to say.
For your light bubble, are you able to rapidly drop that and recall it?
Hey, Menace.
Used to my brother's teaching style.
Doing it more consistently may require a more somatic component, though
Still thinking of some things.
at base level, yes, I can just apply it and dispel it.
For an opponent that's able to move quickly, you can drop it very quickly, have them stumble into a sudden object into their backs, and then strike for that while dispelling it. Trapping them into a small area with you when they're that quick and with wide weapons is not beneficial over long term. Short term, as he's trying to adapt to a new environment, it'd be very beneficial for you.
Once he started to get used to chaining, it took more reading into his movements.
You adapted pretty well, given. I am more curious of how often you put your spells down before it starts affecting your core. That is my curiosity, but that would be...
That entirety took a decent amount of energy. I could probably do another intense go before I'd have to stop for the day.
We do need to start doing our trainings.
Though equally, he is one of the more highly offensive people here in terms of abilities.
He said he wanted to train me in something.
One of the
Here, I pass on
one
your,
of the
your
more
mentor.
aggressive.
I pass you a Naka.
He's one of the more aggressive, not personality-wise, but in fighting kit-wise, one of the more aggressive
I think I get
and
less rations
fast
whenever we go places.
opponents.
I believe
And he's
him
coming now.
and Exaliel are likely the most
What?
aggressive I've seen so far.
One loaf of bread will last me like
Potentially
a week.
Wilhelm.
More than a week.
Though I've only seen Wilhelm fight other Centurion, so...
Hello, Lance.
Good
Good fight.
Did you want to practice now, or did you want to do that later?
Okay. It's up to you.
As a future reference.
If you guys want to now, I can have Virtues easily stand here and look pretty.
What are you
He's
practicing?
good at that.
And,
You should learn from him.
I see.
Gio.
Yeah.
Is
You
there a
should
plan
learn
to
from him.
grow and then match you?
What was that, Menace?
What? Of how to stand and look pretty?
I'm less sparring them and more just
Yeah,
teaching
give it
them
a 50.
fundamentals.
I see.
I'll work on it. I get more
They had some optimal practice with a knife initially in the tournament, so giving them some form of at least understanding to physical combat in case an enemy closes in is for the best.
Yeah, all I got right now is just this.
How does one look like?
And then I'm decently trained in using my stick as a last-minute weapon.
How do I look?
It's good to have multiple. However, ultimately you will be returned back to your fist one day. No other options.
Yeah.
I think you just described someone who's pale.
Angry all the time.
A little soft.
You said malnourished and gray hair. That's not pale.
I've started getting
If you
used
look
to it.
malnourished, that's not because you're pale.
Mr. Fontaine.
Yes.
Wrinkles and you frown
Me
all the
and
time.
partially virtues have a great experience.
Yeah, I wonder who's talking about it.
Very little benefit to it.
Okay, my head is up here, roughly. Not like way up here, not that tall. For goodness
Ah,
sake.
you're pretty tall.
I was gonna say, yeah, he's an owl, right?
So
Yes.
people paint me as like I'm like this high up. I'm like, no, it's just like right above my head. That's all it is. Just a head.
I still gotta look up.
To be fair, you do have very long skin.
Stop.
I'm starting to like the hammer less.
Yeah, your hammer
It's
is like
just hungry. I don't know what to tell you.
wyvern meat?
I mean, Winter, can't you just,
What do
you know,
you think
change
its
into
answer
the
is?
race and then you can give it the
The
answer
dark
for it?
elemental is
Yes,
hungry.
The answer is yes. No, the answer is a
I'm so
resounding yes.
surprised.
Hello.
Yes.
Very nice.
Hello
Kokiri,
again.
my question to you actually,
Yes.
who made your shrine?
That would be the elders
Is
in
Wyvern
my
meat
order.
poisonous, by the way?
So you're not even sure how it's created, though.
Killed is made it was a poison wyvern.
The red
so-
wyvern
That
is not.
is
The red
knowledge
wyvern.
for
Oh, the
the-
red one, right. Yeah, I forgot
The
about
three,
him.
the three sages that were passed down.
You look at a
Just
monkey.
going out a bit dry.
May I know their names at least?
The three sages are not individuals. They are the three first types of yokai that ever walked this world.
Oh,
The Kitsune, the Tengu, and the Tanuki.
Oh.
We consider them our sages since they are the eldest. They bring experience and wisdom. Most of the elders are as such.
Huh. That is
Anyone else
good to
spawned?
know.
No.
I
don't
named
believe
after some.
Currently, I don't
Thank you
believe
for
so.
for the day.
Selren is currently teaching Nako hand-to-hand fundamentals. That's about it.
They need it.
Hey,
You know
well,
what,
how,
Fel? You do it. Yeah.
out of curiosity, do you have any raw, like, bloody meat?
It's dried jerky. The wyvern hunt was last week.
Are you going to feed your hammer?
He already fed it multiple things.
Be careful not to give Cube bad ideas.
Just out of curiosity,
I
Winter,
can, if
did
Cube
you make
wants
your
to stick
hammer,
his
or did it
hand
just
in its mouth,
appear?
it's not my fault if Cube loses the hand.
No, it's the other way
Winter.
around. Eating things that one should not eat.
Your
What?
hammer, did you, like, craft it by some magical means, or did it just appear?
It's, how do I describe this?
Yes.
It's more like I was trying to summon the general idea of it, and poof.
What was your general idea, Winter?
It was a hammer. Did I choose it to have teeth and faces on the back? No. Did I choose for it to be hungry?
This is a hammer.
No.
That is not a hammer. That is a maul with a face on it.
Does it use an extra large toothbrush?
Okay, I've said this. I've tried cleaning it. The blood just comes back.
There, you want a
That
toothbrush?
is why it's rather in poor condition.
Very much hate
What
that.
is it? What is that?
Rub it with this.
I'm told that there may be a rune for such a thing.
When I move to the hot springs?
Please don't ruin my
Which one?
hand.
This one.
Okay.
What, got somebody against putting runes on your flesh?
Not everyone doesn't have pain senses to carve runes into their flesh, people.
Hate the hammer.
I'm not fond of it.
I honestly don't think I did as well as I should have. With what I've done, I need
Sorry,
to
the
be
private?
better.
I was just going with the hot springs.
You're fine.
Note to self. Work on an Irenaeus model, more for casual wear. Put a bit more effort in integrating the wings into the body. I'll probably do that through substance. Ask Needy.
Here we go, going down low from
Just use lasers, don't you? Yeah, crest. Lasers go burr. Yeah, he occasionally tests it, but I need to fix it. I need to have a local laser so I can actually aim it. Instead of kind of guessing on my screen where it is. It feels uncomfortable. He should be better at aiming it. Crest, the Pelham crest. My boy is from a noble family. One kind of rich and powerful enough, even when the professors is like, why are you here?
Is this? I found out that if I use my size change to my advantage, the momentum of me changing size actually helps with force. Like a very stupid move, but is effective I found against Menace just now, is I'll go under an enemy and just grow.
That's fine.
Also, you gotta think
You
my
are
like my
doing
knife
full
grows and
station.
shrinks with me. So if I hold that above me while I'm growing,
That's fair. Equally uppercut someone.
I was
Doing
teaching
fun watching
fundamentals.
every possible angle. Oh, fine.
Generally, yes.
They mostly knew it all.
Not focusing on any of it, however.
Hmm. Something else has your attention?
Mostly the plan for next week.
The following week? Hmm.
Trying to cover what I know of the actual cult's units. I've personally not actually tried to spar against any of the dolls that were shown.
I have seen nothing as to what we were to expect. Nor heard anything. I know there is a cult, and I know that it is something we must deal with, but equally I have no idea what any of their members and or what virtues defined as grunts do.
As far as I can tell, they have simple abilities, and they've only been taught simple things with magic.
Hmm.
Generally.
Considering they are against magic, are they not? That's not too surprising.
Yes. Generally, I think they're far more of a melee threat than an elemental or a ranged threat. However, there's also the fact that you are under Winter's team, yes?
Yeah, specifically under Geo.
Ultimately, it'll be up to them how you're being utilized in those teams. We've focused on our own sort of strategy. Trying to figure out an overall strategy of how best to use all of the squads.
Which is good.
I would say from what I've seen, you
So long as
definitely
everyone
already
takes the
understand your
mission
role.
serious. So long as everyone takes it serious, then I do believe both sides will come out fine.
Yes. One complication is the fact we will be far too separated from each other to assist in any way. We will be completely separate from each other. I have no actual comparisons to give you an idea of the distance, but the idea of any of our squads either assisting or...
Backup is something we should not hope for.
Yes. Which is why one of the things that you might want to push for, if it hasn't already been pushed for, there is a retreat plan. At least for your own squad.
Unfortunately, besides Gio, I believe I'm the only one of my squad currently present.
Unfortunate. I'm also unsure if they've actually done any planning.
I don't know.
Where do you come from, Selrun?
Yanshe.
What were you doing before coming to this academy?
My job was stationed as a guard alongside Zabriel's family.
That explains why she knows you so well.
Her family took me in to give me an amount of purpose when I was still rather new to the world itself, and equally I was the one to guard both cargo and her. Though obviously now it was simply, or more recently, it was simply guarding cargo.
When you say you were wandering without purpose, did you not have a... Was there no creator present for your first memory?
Those memories are rather faint now, as from what I can remember, they did not live very long after my creation.
I see. And do you have any particular goals at this academy?
My job is to guard things, therefore I must learn to improve in that very specific aspect.
And thus Centurion.
Equally, my scope of what I can guard and situations I will gain experience over will vary here, so it seemed like a worthwhile attempt.
This is definitely one of the places to learn to get better.
I do find it odd that not everybody shares the same understanding as to what we're here to do, but
I think I have an idea of what you mean, but I'd like you to elaborate. At least a little bit.
similar to what I've told you before, and I do hope everyone understands we are here to learn to do a job of sense and are not here for fun.
I think
downtime is not a fault I put on anyone, but equally, some people have shown to not take general issues and or actual worries as serious as they should.
What's the phrase? Someone with too much time on their hands? Where they can get distracted by smaller issues? Because there's lack of a main issue in their life.
And the question is whether they can maintain that focus and or if they break down the moment something bigger comes.
I suppose. Generally, that's how everyone acquires their bigger issue. That's why, generally, that type of behavior is described as childish, because they haven't received their large life issue yet.
I could understand that.
Some of them certainly
What of
do
yourself?
break. But
What is your goal?
I am here for the same reason as stated by the headmistress on our first day. And that end this cult threat and its threat to Serenity.
Understandable.
It's also my own personal, I suppose, proving to my family. My first accolade to join the heights of all of them. However, I try not to
Unfortunately, I
let
don't believe
that
I fully
one.
understand, but
I suppose the basis term would be I'm here to complete a job and also prove myself.
simple enough.
It's not quite the full description, but it about covers it. I understand the second part of it. I refuse to let it influence me.
It is likely for the best.
What is your goal for after you graduate? What do you want to do?
As of now, it is simply to return and potentially use the practice and I question him. Anyways, use the practice and renown of sense to potentially branch the company out. Allow for more proper scaled jobs as to what we are able to do. But equally, I am fully understanding, and so are they, that something may come up while here that I may be better at. So I leave it open to fate as well.
It may be. I stated my name. It may be you may find a larger purpose that calls to you while we are here. I don't quite use grandiose language often, but you might find out you enjoy saving the world.
I don't believe the world is in such peril as much as humanity tends to try and break itself down.
I'm not currently convinced the cult is as large of an issue as it's been presented. However, they are still an issue. Unfortunately, despite their continued lack of good decisions, and the fact that their very motivation should break down upon itself, the General's power, along with the artifacts that they're gifted, make them dangerous. Neptunius is able to control nature, causing gigantic storms. Others were able to put entire villages of people to sleep. Now, that's ignoring the general themselves. That's just their artifact. So unfortunately, despite the fact they should collapse in on themselves from, well, their entire motivation not holding any sort of weight whatsoever, they actually have large amounts of power, which is where the issue comes in.
Their power is the only threat, I believe. As much as their goal may be to rid the world of magic, or however they worded it, they may rid humanity and similar kind of magic, but I do not believe they could ever rip it from the world. All of us could die and cease to exist for however many centuries, but the world would still return back to its original state eventually.
Potentially. If their plan wasn't fully to just bring all of the world's mana into a single creation. If the mana was simply allowed to be released, then yes. Eventually, over time, it would most likely recreate the rulers, and they would recreate nations. However, they've actually shown the capability to start draining from ley lines, and drain large amounts of people of their mana and collect it without losing it or expending it. A complete stagnation of mana.
I believe they would eventually fall on an issue, would they not? Creating a magical vessel to maintain that much magic would take a lot of magic themselves. Eventually, once they drain enough, there will not be enough for them to use to finish off whatever is left.
To be completely honest with you, they're not the type of people I think that have thought ahead. Motherfucker. God damn it. You see this shit? I think my VR chat completely crashed. Or I'm unsure what's happening. It might have been that the world has now claimed me. Yeah, this is a whelp. It's on. It looks like just VR chat. Steam VR looks like it's doing fine. You guys can still hear me. Alright. Well, hello everyone. Looks like we're going back to fucking restarting it. God damn it. I'm pretty sure it's about to end in a minute, too. I forget when it ends, if it's at 2 or 2:30. My fucking eyes. Yeah, looks like stream's fine, which is really weird. Usually everything just dies at once. Oh my fucking god. I can hear VR chat, or my fucking computer going wild.
There goes Menace.
God damn it.
Died.
Yeah, it fucking killed me.
I don't know what happened,
I died in the middle of a conversation with Sauron.
I don't know what it is, because it's not the map.
Dude, I love VR chat.
Yeah. So yeah, you too? You too?
Yup. Oh, Todd, no, it was funny because me and Clink, we were over in the big arena, and we see like a whole group of y'all of like students over by the smaller like square one, and we're just like, well, there goes that one, like as
I survived the first one, which is probably why I died the second.
Same. Yeah, we saw that, and I just see like, oh, there goes Todd, oh, there goes Flint, oh, there goes Scorpion, oh, well, there goes a few other. I'm like, oh boy.
That was a hard crash too. That wasn't like kick out the instance. That's kick off VR chat.
Oh yeah, my VR chat just said waiting, and then I eventually went, nah, fuck this, and just closed it.
I had to turn it off. Yeah.
It made me get up because it did the Steam VR thing of I'm not letting you click on it.
But I was like, what the fuck happened? Oh, I hate that. I hate that. Yeah, I think that's the end of the night. That's like Nako's.
When does it end?
Ball of physics destroyed us all.
It would end 2 minutes ago.
Okay. Yeah, I was about to, when I looked at the time, I was like, motherfucker. I was about to just end it really calmly with just a conversation with Selrin about why we're here.
No, fuck you.
No, fuck you, Crash. I can't believe you actually got me to do it, bastard.
I'm surprised
This
I
is a good
did.
day. I got my life threatened. This is a group.
He got Irenaeus to make a vow.
Oh, I know.
Oh, right, I heard Crash saying, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I know, I
Fucking stack.
respawned afterwards and he was here, was like, guess what the fuck I did?
God,
Then I
that's
also told
funny.
CC, don't fuck me over, please.
It was a great day.
Go up to see,
Learned about some new runes, did some sparring, got my life threatened. This was great.
No. Get my goddamn wings on it, please.
Yeah. So it wasn't just he made. It wasn't just he got me to make a vow. Irenaeus would only make a vow if he made a vow.
Oh yeah, I know. I didn't know he fucking bet his wings on it.
That was unprompted. Irenaeus did not ask for that.
Oh.
Yeah, no, that was fully just virtues, like, double downing.
Yeah, it was great too. Because I fucking knew it was gonna come, and here's like, it solved an out of character problem. Because I didn't want to do a whole bunch of constant fucking letters.
Yeah, second time that happened today.
You know what? Yeah, it works. It is an in-character way of fixing the problem.
Yeah, as long as, because I was debating this too. I knew what you guys wanted to go for. However, my problem was Irenaeus would directly contradict that and contend that, unless he could directly, because if he's convinced that him not doing something is going to break the oath, he's gonna go tell the world. However, one of the outs I thought of is if I can be convinced that it's not an immediate threat to Serenity,
That's my secret cap, I do.
then it's not going to break my oath, and I can sit there and continue to gain information about the very real threat, which is the cult.
Yeah.
That was like twice today.
So he's still not convinced that Kristen isn't a threat. She's not a threat right now.
Not an immediate threat.
You know what?
Mhm.
In Virtue's
Which-
I'll take that. At this point, that's progress in my book.
Yeah. Also,
Look
fucking
at that, they're learning.
the way Irenaeus and Virtues got Kristen to come out was talking about you.
Yeah.
What did you
I
say
brought
to
up
Kristen?
I brought up the past, from what we know from how Stone brought it out. Didn't work. He said something about your little voidling, and Kristen almost immediately came out, and Irenaeus was like, am I gonna have to do this every single time that I want to speak to Kristen? I have to go talk lovey-dovey about winter. I'm gonna stab myself.
Again, the joke of if fucking Kristen dragged.
Thanks for watching. I'm gonna